Greetings, Earthbound travelers, and welcome to another episode of Will of the Dice Presents. Tonight is a one-shot in my world, Terradien. This is the second in a two-part series of one-shots that I've run. Each one is standalone, but they are interconnected to each other. So, feel free to jump back on our YouTube or whatever and check out the previous episode at some point if you want, but it's not necessarily to know what's going on tonight. First off, thank you all for being here. This is only my second time running on stream. Hopefully it will go smoothly. Bit of a warning, we are for mature audiences. So if you have a problem with dick jokes and us saying the word fuck, bye. Are they gone yet? Are they okay? Cool. So, also, we are not affiliated with any TTRPG companies or creators. We are just a group of nerds playing for our own fun and your benefit. So, don't take anything we say as official or canon or connected to any gaming company. So we got a few announcements before we get started, and we'll do introductions, and then we'll get the show on the road. Alice.
Hi, everybody. We at Will of the Dice do not condone the use of nicotine products such as vaping, cigarettes, and cigars. Nicotine is an addictive substance, and we want all of you out there to be happy and healthy. Though some of us, well, tonight only one of us, may be users of such products, we do not encourage their use. If you already do use and are looking to quit or are trying to quit, there are resources out there, and we encourage and support you in that endeavor.
Thanks, Alice. Also, I would like to talk to you tonight about our partners in this endeavor, Level Up Dice, fine purveyors of luxury dice for all your sexy dice needs. Tonight, I'm going to talk to you about our ambassador dice. Ooh, look how shiny they are. Look how pretty. Yes, these are radical glass die. They are blueberry in color. They have a color gradient and an optical shift. They have the stained glass glyphic pattern on them, which is done in a reddish pink. You can find those in the Level Up store, along with all kinds of other cool products that we recommend you go and check out and find a set that you will be happy with or that someone you love will be happy with, because who doesn't love giving dice or receiving dice as a gift? To do that, you're going to go through our portal because it makes us look good to the company and you want us to look good. That portal is http://bit.ly/W, T, all one word. That's bit.ly/WOTD dice. Also, we would like to thank the musicians who made our theme song. Those musicians are singularly our very own Patrick Taylor. Thanks, Pants! All right. Announcements out of the way. Well, okay, he's that way for me, though. You're all that way for me. Let's do introductions.
Hey everyone, I am John, and I am not playing your matronly mother Loxodon. Instead, I am playing Manuel Manipulator, aka Manipulator. He is a human divination wizard, and he is all about controlling the fates.
Hi, everyone. Again, I'm Alice, and tonight I'll be playing Lila Moontaker, who is a 5'8", 25-year-old human monk with brown hair that's parted off to the side and tan skin and hazel eyes. She don't trust a whole lot of people, and I'm surprised that she even took a second job from Reg, but we'll see how it goes.
Hey everybody, I'm Ren Matley. I'll be playing Carissa Stoutgrass tonight, the 5.5-foot tall tiefling with lavender skin and dark brown curled horns. That makes more sense that way, right? She's a druid who's stepping in to take Scout's place after his morals got in the way of continuing to work with Reg. He accidentally killed a guy last time, and he felt really bad about it. Scout's just a kid.
Oh.
Chris, on the other hand, she's a bit morally flexible. So she'll be joining the party as their healer tonight. You can find me over on Twitter at Ren_Matley.
Hello everyone, it's me, Patrick, the voice of Oh wow! I just about switched into. Hang on here. And Miss Fitro, she is an owlin anthropologist. She has decided to take up a life of being a thief. But along the way of her thieving things, she has made a deal with a djinn, and now she is a warlock patron. And she took the job for Reg because the first one was so fun. Why not do it again? And you can find me on Twitter at Peculiar Patrick.
And hi, gamers. I'm Loch Clark, and I am your DM for this evening. I am not the okayest DM. I barely know what the hell I'm doing. But you can find me on the Book of Faces and the Twitter pages at Loch Unruly. That's Loch with an H. Okay, guys, introduction's done. I'll remind everyone real quick, this is the world of Terradien. Terradien is sort of a Cold War analog world. There is the Firmament Empire on one side of the main continent and the Sovereign Unity on the other. One is basically, the Firmament Empire is basically America. The Sovereign Unity is basically Russia. The big difference between the two is how they feel about dragons. One are totally cool with coexisting with dragons, and the others want all dragons wiped out. Most, if not all, dragons have been wiped off of this continent. And you find yourselves in the employ of one Reginald of the Red Fens. Reg is a renowned crime lord who it is rumored is either a spy for one side or both, or has been at some point in his career. He is certainly wanted on most of the continent, very much so. Those of you who were here the last time, your dealings with him, you felt like maybe he used you a bit, and maybe he did. However, that said, you have all been approached. You have agreed to take the job. You show up at the appointed place where he told you, and are met by a rather ocelot-looking tabaxi named Luli, who opens a portal in a tree, and you step onto the, for those of you who've been here before, the familiar deck of the interior of an airship that has a massive tree growing in the hold. There are subordinates and people wandering about, taking care of their tasks. There is you see the familiar form of Suma, who is a black-scaled dragonborn with wings, wearing full plate armor with a massive great sword attached to his back, who notices your arrivals and calls out softly but with a stern voice, "Reg, they're here." And from the back comes Reginald. He is a average height human, just below 6 feet, mostly bald, with a fringe of lightly colored hair. He's got a almost mutton chops, but not quite. They're thin and well trimmed, but they're there, and a little bit of a soul patch. And he is wearing very well made and finely made garments. They are of the sort of slash and poof variety. They are suede. They are very serviceable, though. They aren't ostentatious, but you can tell they're well made and well fitted to him. And he steps out. Greetings, greetings. So I'm so glad you could all join me. It has just been crazy here. Please, this way. And he takes you, guides you through the running back and forth crew people on the ship to a small conference room where there are various things, a map crudely drawn, laid out on a table. Welcome. So, I'm glad you all have decided to take the job. I'm not going to lie, this one is going to be rather dangerous, but it is vitally important to my operation, and but it is a straightforward and simple job. there is an ingredient for a ritual that I need. It is a ritual that will ensure that my enterprise proceeds without any unnecessary complication. Unfortunately, this ingredient is very rare. In fact, since the Avalonians destroyed most of the dragons on the planet, it has become exceedingly hard to come by. But I happen to know through some sources that there is a vault deep, deep within Mount Citadel. You would all know Mount Citadel to be the ancient home of the giants. It is deep in Sovereign Unity territory. It is a hollowed out mountain. I say hollowed out. It is a mountain with tunnels and caverns that run throughout it. That is populated by giants with storm giants at the top, then cloud giants, then frost giants, then hill giants, then fire giants, and at the very bottom, the very small population of stone giants live. So I need the ingredient that is in this vault, and it is, well, it's in the stone giant's possession. Now, I can get us into Mount Citadel without any real issues. I can't guarantee that our landing will be exactly stealthy, but I can get us through the door. After that, I will need all of you to make your way down through the interior of the mountain and get to this vault, find a way in, and procure the ingredient. Once you have procured it, all you have to do is call me, and we will extract you.
Brendo, you keep saying ingredient. What is it exactly that we are picking up for you?
Well, little known fact. Back when the Sovereign Unity kept dragons, and by kept I mean cohabitated with them and brought them offerings in exchange for blessings. Oftentimes, when magic items were brought to the dragons would break them down to allow things that were more useful to be created. A byproduct of this was a powder-like substance called residuum. It is green, and if my sources are correct, there is still a sizable amount of it in the vault with the stone giant.
And how much of this residuum do you need?
As much as you can get.
Fair enough.
This isn't going to end up like the last job, is it?
Actually, it is exactly the opposite of the last job. You see,
Don't worry, you are with me now. It will be fine.
Suma and I are coming with you. And once we
Perfect.
land, we'll be your distraction, as we will go up and draw as much attention to ourselves as possible while you all go down. And then when you
We're
call
just
for
not
us,
going down.
we'll come and get you.
When you
And
say you're going
exactly,
to,
no, go ahead.
when you say you're going to come and get us, do you mean similar to the last time, where you are randomly going to pick us up in an airship, or what exactly is going to happen?
We will be transporting into the entry hallway, and I can't get us anywhere else because that's the only place I've been. So I know the location of the entry hallway. I've done some dealings with frost giants there. I can get us onto the ground level into the entry hallway via a magical item in my possession.
Just a bit of a zip zap go in, zip back, and then we're boarding the ship, I am assuming?
Basically, we will zip zap in, as you say. I love that, by the way. We'll zip zap in. Suma and I will go up, drawing as much attention to ourselves as possible. You will go down. You will procure the item. You will then alert me that you have.
How do we alert you when we have
You were familiar with sending stones, yes?
a little bit? I wish
Yes.
they we had them not last time.
We will have a sending stone. You will have a sending stone. You will alert us that you have procured the item and are ready for pickup. And we will, from wherever we are in the Citadel, zip zap our way directly to you. And then we will zip zap our way straight out and back to the airship. Simple.
And
Do you have any information about this vault?
Yes, actually. So we will be landing in, as I said, the entry corridor of the Frost Giants, which is at ground level. The Frost Giants are not the friendliest of folks, so I expect we might encounter some resistance. But Suma and I will do our best to draw their attention to us. But I can't guarantee that you won't have some of their people in your way. From there, and he gestures to the crudely drawn map on the table. Here, just to the left of the main entrance, there is a shaft. The shaft is part of the ventilation and the way air circulates throughout the Citadel. You need to get to this shaft and drop down. Now, this is very important because directly beneath the Frost Giants are the Hill Giants now. Hill Giants are weird. They are. The less you have to deal with them, the better. They consort with carrion creatures and other non-living things. They're really unpleasant, and I don't recommend you engage with them at all if you can help it. So you'll take the shaft down. That will deposit you here in this spiraling downward corridor. You will need to traverse this corridor as quickly and possibly quietly as possible, down about 75 feet or so to the next shaft and drop down through that. That shaft will take you to past the level of the hill giants and right on the brink of the level of the fire giants. You'll continue down the shaft and take the next egress off the shaft, and that will put you into the area of the magma pools. You will have to slip through there, hopefully avoiding as much contact with fire giants as possible, and then make your way down here. He gestures on the map again to the vault of the stone giants. Now, it is my understanding that there aren't many stone giants left down there, so I don't anticipate them being much of a problem. They were the type to indulge themselves a bit, from what I understand. And those of them that are left have taken to some sort of odd religious practice of visiting dreams while waking.
Not to be impolite, but that is pretty fucking weird.
Yes, and so you have to understand that since the dragons were wiped out, they've gone a little what's the phrase? They've gone native a bit, if you would. They have been working on ways to bring the dragons back and think that dreaming them back into existence is somehow the way to go, or at least that's my understanding.
Lila
Fair
kind
enough.
of looks at the ceiling and then just weirdly nods, like, kind of see how that could work. Not actually saying that out loud, just like, yeah, okay.
As
My
far as getting
friends,
past things, I might be able to help some with that.
are you going to pass us without a trace?
Of course.
Which is great because I'm going to make us all invisible.
Even better.
I'm starting to pull into your accent.
I can
We'll
make us
need.
quiet. You can make us hard to see.
You'll also have noticed that as we were walking in there, Manuel did not walked on silence. You did not notice any footsteps coming from his boots, which are very ornate, green and gold cowboy style. And when we get, Reg, when we are within 10 minutes of our landing zone, let me know, and I will bond us all telepathically as well. So we have
Fair
a
enough.
backup plan for the sending stone.
We have some time before we're going to arrive, as it were. It's a bit of a lengthy trip.
Yes.
And
We
I
need to know
have
10 minutes before you are ready to land.
yes, I have plenty of resources available to me. If there's anything any of you need for the job, please let me know, and I will make sure it is procured for you. That packet there, Manny, you will find that that is what you requested specifically.
Thank you, my friend.
And so, is there anything the rest of you need?
Perhaps a little bit of cream for this coffee that I've taken a cup of from the corner maker.
Yes. Pardon. Lily, be a darling. Could you bring some cream? Yes, thank you. And Luli, the tabaxi, strolls in and sets a small pitcher of cream on the table. And then as she starts to walk by him, Reg grabs her by the waist, pulls her to him, gives her a deep kiss, and then smacks her on the butt as she turns to walk out. But as she turns back and looks at you, Carissa, and gives you a wink before leaving the room.
Chris, I'll give a wink and a little smile.
Oh
Lila
my,
does-
that is not. Go ahead.
Lila doesn't really pipe up about anything, but she's sort of looking Reg's bodyguard up and down.
Please, let
Suma
us not
is-
eye fuck each other right now.
Suma appears to be all business, but when he notices you looking, he gives just the barest little but warmest smile you've ever seen from a dragonborn.
Okay, Raj, just to make sure the clarification of these plans. This vault, is it something that is, I'm assuming you've called me because I need to crack into another safe for you. Lila, it's wonderful to see you, as always.
She nods.
Wonderful to meet the other two of you. I don't know if you've ever worked for this fine gentleman before, but he is a bit wonderful to work for.
You could say
His
that Reg and I
reputation precedes
recently
him.
made acquaintances.
Indeed.
I'm Carissa, by the way, sugar. It's nice to meet y'all.
Wonderful. And Mrs. is my name, and Miss Vetro.
Many predator.
I think I see what you have done there with your moniker. It would seem Manny, as you say.
Yes.
Perfect. So, as I said, I'm here to crack the safe. Lila here, as I'm assuming the fists. You two are the. No offense taken. I'm just making sure that we all know who is who and what is what. So, the brains, okay.
I'm mostly here to be your healer, though I can pack a wallop when I need to.
Perfect. This is perfect. So, we are going to go down while you go up. We are going to go down a wibbly wobbly, windy, tiny passageway to make sure we avoid some hill giants to come down to another shaft that one likes to go down shafts, I suppose. To some very hot boys. Deal with the hot boys, gets to the magical safe. Safe is cracked. We get the basically green powder. Phone you zip zap to us, we zip zap out. I don't think there's anything else, Resh.
Yeah. Like I said, I brought you in because specifically I'm told that the entrance to the Vault of the Hill Giants is challenging, and it seemed right up your alley. Um, as there might be giants that try to intervene, I figured having a dual purpose healer and um, walloper, I believe was the word you used, and I love that word, um, would be good, as well as our resident Fisticuffian. Um, and Manny, well, Manny comes very highly recommended, and quite frankly, I'd have hired him for the nom de plume alone. I mean, really.
That is fair.
And if you need any help, I happen to be handy with a lockpick too.
And
Perfect.
same
Perfect.
here.
Perfect. Perhaps we can have a bit of a speed challenge at some point. I do wish to know, so.
Complicate things more than we have to.
That is perfect. That's actually what I was going to ask after outlining our basic plan of retelling and telling the story over. Many, is there anything as the brains that you feel that is necessary to cover?
Well, so we now know what we're getting. And Reg, you said as much as we can get. What is the minimum amount you need? Because if things start getting hot and heated, I need to make sure we leave with what is required.
Oh,
Like, if as much as we can get, if it's a pinch, is that going to be enough?
oh no, a pinch wouldn't do at all.
Yes. Now, I'm hoping that I can just go and start shoveling it all in there for you, but things get wily.
What exactly are we putting this substance into to carry it
And
out?
Manny will tap the side of his like duster coat, and you see like there's a big pouch there. This is a little bit bigger on the inside, if you understand my drift. But the opening is a little tiny, so it takes some time to fill it up.
I need a quart at least.
At least a quart.
However, if you can get more, get me more.
Oh, of course. But
And as per the arrangement, any of the ingredient that you find is mine. Anything else you find is yours.
Now,
But
is there anything we need to know about this ingredient? Like it, do we need to worry about it being around sparks? Is it going to catch? Is it going to hurt
uh,
us if we touch it with bare hands?
no, residuum is perfectly safe. It is stable. It is the one thing you should be careful about with it, especially if you have it on your hands, is casting with it on your hands could prove interesting. Residuum is a magical amplifier.
I'll be sure to wear my gloves when shoveling it into my bag.
Which is
Yes.
why I need it for the ritual.
Very
By the way, I
interesting.
should take a moment and apologize to both Lila and Emnis for the last job. You two weren't here, but I might have used them for a bit of a distraction to rob a vault while I got away with something that I deemed more important. Um, can you all keep a secret?
I believe
And
I can.
can you buy me some
Oh.
gloves?
We'll get you some gloves, yes.
Perfect. Then I can keep a secret.
And when I say keep a secret, I mean if any of you talks about this outside of this room, I will have you and your entire family killed, and I'm very sorry for that, but that's just the way it has to be. You see the Gorgon that I stole from the menagerie. Gorgon blood is great when put into mortar for making a magically protected structure. And there is someone very dear to me that if their location was ever compromised, they would be a huge target. And so I needed the Gorgon's blood to make sure that their living arrangement, if it's ever found, is as secure as it could possibly be. But that said, the vault that you all helped me steal turned out to be far more interesting than any of us thought. There were things hidden in there that I hadn't dreamed of, including the means by which we are going to travel. Oh, also, and he gestures to the corner, and there's just a pile of stuff in the corner. Enmis and Lila, you will recognize this pile of stuff in the corner as the things that you saw as loot in the vault when you were in there last time. If any of you need to use any of that, feel free.
I'm not gonna get caught dead with the loot from an orc ambassador's vault.
As you will.
You're
All
good,
right
man.
then.
The ring that I picked out was pretty nice.
Is there anything else that that you guys need?
How long until we get there?
A couple of hours.
And what do you propose we do until we arrive?
Stay out of the crew's way, and you can do whatever you need. Talk amongst yourselves, make plans, keep to yourselves, whatever. I have some more business I need to go attend to before we set off. So, make yourselves at home. And with that, he spins and walks out the door, and Suma sort of hesitantly, oh, we're done here, and gives you all a nod, and then turns and very professionally follows after his charge.
Lila's just gonna sort of tilt her head and watch that ass walk away.
He is a very athletic dragonborn.
Does Carissa notice Lila looking?
She's not hiding it.
He is awfully nice to look at, isn't he?
I guess. Definitely better than the guy that we tried to run the honeypot on.
That's fair. That sweet little tabaxi he's got ain't bad either.
If you're into that sort of thing.
Oh, I'm into a lot of different things.
So many, as you are saying, the brains of this operation. Is there anything that we have possibly forgotten? Anything that you would like me to focus on? Looking at the vault plans or anything like that?
Definitely brush up on looking and mapping on how we're gonna get down there. You said you
Two
have the vault
feet.
map.
I don't actually physically have a map. I have a
No, but I'm saying
very
we
rough.
were given the map.
You
of
were
what-
given a map, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Find the quickest route. I am going to consult. I'll be back in 10 minutes. And I'm going to ritually cast divination.
All right.
So
Why don't you tell the audience how that works?
So I was about to read it off. My magic and an offering, which is a little coin with the face of my goddess on it. My god of good luck, good fortunes. Puts me in contact with my god or their servant. I ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. The GM offers a truthful reply. The reply may be short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen. It does not take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells or the loss of gain of a companion. If you cast a spell 2 or more times before the finishing long rest, there's a cumulative 25% chance each casting that you get a random reading, and you make that roll in secret. But I don't plan on doing more than just this one.
All right, go for it. You do the thing, takes an action. So yeah, what is your question?
So I get a single question, and based on the conversation that I was overhearing with the other two and Reggie, will my employer backstab us?
Do you want us to earmuff?
Yes, actually, yes. Let's all earmuff except for Manny.
You were not prepared for that, Loch, were you?
No, I was not.
So now you need to decide.
Oh, actually, I know how this one goes.
Yeah.
So the response you get is you get a vision
Mm-hmm.
of I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to assume that that Manny has a filing system. As Manny is the type of person who wants dossiers and things like that. That you have a filing system of some sort. You get a vision of the contract that you made being marked as fulfilled and closed and filed away. Like as if you were closing the file and saying that the job was done. That
So
is
it's
the
my
vision
hands
you get.
My hands are the ones doing it. Got it. Okay.
Yes. All right, everybody can come back. Unless you had any more.
I only get one question.
Yeah. All right, so Manny takes his 10 minutes and does his thing. What are the rest of you doing?
So, Amnes, was it?
Yes, it's in Miss, yes.
So, you're a lockpick. Is that what I'm hearing?
I prefer, you've probably heard of me, the battle thief.
Have I heard of her, Mr. DM?
Make a history check.
I rolled a fucking 1.
No, you have not heard of the bottle thief. That is anybody else who wants to make a history check can feel free to do so.
I'll take that.
I'm sorry, that name's not ringing a bell for me.
All right, what's my bonus on that? I don't know this sheet as well. Oh, I got a really good bonus. 23.
You've definitely heard of the bottle thief. You've heard about Manny. Have you? What did you get?
Oh, I assume this was while I was doing my divination.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I thought I saw you roll. So
I did,
yes.
and then I was like, "Wait a second, Manny's not there."
You've definitely heard of the bottle thief. You've heard about Patrick, why don't you give what public information there would be about how you got that name, or your favorite rumor about how you got that name.
So you have not heard of the battle thief, the one that is said to live only in a battle, perping out wherever a battle is seen, taking the most expensive artifact and escaping out in nothing but the battle. That this battle has never been found, and that if you are ever to find a battle, then that is possible the battle thief is around.
No, I've never
That's a
heard
pretty
of
damn
that.
good cover.
Thank you, Lala. And yes, that is me. It is something more exciting to do after being stationed to do how do you say translation work during the war. You probably remember the war. Some of you, maybe not.
How
Those
long
were
ago was the
days.
war for us, Loch?
I think the war was 60 years ago.
No, I'm too young to remember. I've heard about it.
I am also too young to remember most of it, but I do remember its effects. Going and helping out, it seems, the wrong side. And so I gave it up and became more of a scholarly work, and, well, books can only be so exciting. And now here I am. And she's wearing, like, this is a stunning dress. Like she's wearing a red one piece slit. She's deep cut. She has a very like ornate talisman. She's wearing very small like spectacles, and when she walked in was carrying an umbrella. Like she's very well to do.
You look like a lady of class.
That is what you do when you have so much money.
I
And
wouldn't
you
know about
apparently
that.
speak. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, yours sounded short. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, she would. I wouldn't know anything about having money. Sorry.
And you apparently speak languages that you don't divulge, even when it's pertinent to do so.
What? What do you mean?
The last job, right before we did anything, I asked if anyone spoke Orcish. You didn't say
No.
anything, but while we were there, you spoke in Orcish.
Well, there are some things when you are first meeting and first working with someone that there is a level of trust that must be built up, and sometimes you don't want to lay all of the cards on the table when you are sure that sometimes you may be one of the three smartest people in the room. And right now, I definitely feel that this room is full of brains.
Manny, you finished.
Well, you'd never have heard of me, though. I can tell you I come highly recommended.
That is fair. I do not. As much as fun as this is, it is definitely a passion and a hobby, as it were. So I don't tend to hang around too many circles that would include healers, as it were.
It's my job. It's usually good money in it too. Keeping folks alive is something most are quite interested in.
That is very
That's,
true.
yeah, what the bird said.
um, I will lean, but I will accept it this time. You are only human, as they say.
Exactly.
All right, friendos. This isn't gonna be an easy job, as you are well aware. The
Mhm.
goddesses have shown me that we are against a struggle, but the job will get completed. So rest assured that this job will be done.
Many, not to be impolite, I must ask though, how many keepers have you done? How many jobs have you done in the past?
In the past, oh,
Yes, like as it is well known that I am the bottle thief.
let's see how well do I know who the bottle thief is? 8.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's not a name you recognize.
Nah, I'm sorry, friendo. I've not actually heard of you before.
That's all right. It's I'm a bit of an enigma. I steal things. People don't know how I do it because all they see is a bottle at the crime scene. It doesn't matter anyway.
Wait, you leave
I'm
behind evidence?
no, I literally steal things and go into a bottle, and then the bottle leaves the room. But sometimes people will see a bottle and they will think that I am inside of it, but that's obviously not true.
Interesting way of going about it. I usually just talk my way and sneak my way into places, but
But how do you think the bottle gets in the room, my dear friend?
It's a calling card.
the reason you probably haven't noticed how many jobs Manny has done is I don't leave evidence. I don't leave bottles.
But with the moniker like that, you must have some form of calling card. You must. How else would the Reich hear from you if you are not someone spectacular? Or is this, dear me, is this your first job?
Oh, it is not. I've done many jobs with A before. My first job with Reg, but through a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend.
So we all are. Yes.
exactly. But you don't need a calling card when people come to you for the highest caliber. I'm not a
Oh.
thug where I need people to remember who I am. I get in, I get out, I sign the contracts, I do the jobs. I'm a professional.
I'm a professional too. It does not mean that I
I
have
did not
to.
say you weren't, but if you need to know how many jobs I've done before,
I, like I said, I did not mean any impoliteness. I am just trying to gauge, trying to figure out where we all are at in this wonderful caper. I've worked with Lila before. I've seen Lila in action. Lila has seen
Well,
me.
once
you
this
haven't
job is
truly
complete, that'll
seen
be
me in
number
action.
45.
Fair, fair, and that is also fair, right? Camaraderie. We have 2 hours. Why don't we sit down, play some cards, just talk about how we may possibly die in mere hours.
No, I think the little lady friend over there would be more interested in finding that tabaxi.
Ladies never kiss and tell.
But to answer your question, this once this job's complete, it'll be the big 4-5.
Oh, that is a big number.
Yes,
Hmm.
Will of the Dice said so.
All right, so you all have 2 hours to kill. Are you playing cards? Is that what you're doing?
Manuel will play around some dice.
Lila's either going to read or go and try to find the hunky dragonborn.
Well, which is
Person.
it?
Well, if she can't find the dragonborn, she's gonna read.
The Dragonborn seems to be. You are able to find him. He's in the middle of prepping his pack and his weapon and making sure everything is set and ready to go when they arrive. He is very much in tactical mode.
Any chance of persuading him to go
One
off
last
somewhere
ride
else?
before the storm.
Go off somewhere private?
Are you trying to say that not only is there a suit up montage, but there is a suit off montage?
Yeah, there's a chance. Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, okay.
It's
And
not
I'm
going to
gonna
be a low
use-
difficulty.
Ooh. My ambassador dice. You said persuasion?
Yes.
What is my modifier? Haha! Straight 15.
He politely declines.
Okay, then she'll go off and read. No harm, no
But
foul.
he gives you a look that's like, and actually, if a black scaled dragonborn could blush, he's flattered.
That slightly shade of gray.
Yeah, he's flattered, and doesn't say it's not a possibility at some point, but he's got work to do.
No harm, no foul. She'll go off and read.
Carissa, what do you do for the 2 hours?
She might go try to find Luli, see if what she and Reg are up to.
Luli, you find like hanging out in the branches of the tree, just sort of doing the cat thing of like lazily watching everyone else work.
Well, if she's down for some entertainment, Carissa's happy to keep her company.
Oh, when she sees you walk up, she hops down out of the tree. She takes you by the hand and she leads you back to her quarters.
Oh my.
You'll be busy
Emnus,
for a bit.
This will drink coffee and play dice casually with Manny, sitting out in the conference room. Maybe walk on the deck at some point throughout the time, taking it all in, doing the very what we're now going to say Owlin culture thing of realizing that this could all go sideways and I could all die today. But you know what? I've stolen some pretty cool fucking shit, so fuck it. It's a cool day.
All right. eventually, you all find yourselves back in the conference room, and Reg comes in to alert you that uh, that you will be departing in 10 minutes.
All right. First up, mage armor. uh, and then I will say, for those of you who have not been invisible before, once I cast it, you do not cast, you do not attack. We are stealth. Keep your cool. And then Carissa, I'll have you do your pass before I do my invisibility, and that way we get that way we stack it. Now, I'm gonna need 10 minutes as I bond us all telepathically, and then we will, as soon as we're ready to pop off, Carissa, you go, and then I'll blink us out.
Sounds good to me.
I'm gonna ritually cast Rary's telepathic bond, so we are all telepathically connected.
Carissa will neatly rebraid her hair.
And I will include Reg in it, although we do not have to include him in our conversations when we are chatting. But when we are ready to reach out to him, we will be telepathically linked on this plane.
Okay, did one of you take the sending stone?
And Miss will have it.
Yeah.
All right. So 10 minutes pass. You've prepared your spell. You've linked yourselves psychically. Reg and Suma join you all in the center of the deck. Reg reaches into a pocket on his outfit and pulls out a stone mortar and pestle. This is how we will be getting there. And he sets the mortar down in the center of the floor. He holds the pestle in his hand, and the pestle extends out into a staff. And then he leans down and he touches the staff to the mortar, and the bowl grows to a size big enough for you all to climb inside. And Suma will help everyone up and in to the mortar. And then once everyone else is in, Suma will leap up and flap his wings once to give himself a moment to see where everyone is, so that he doesn't land on anyone, and then he lands in the mortar with you. And Reg looks around. Everyone ready then? And he takes the staff that was the pestle, brings it up, and slams it down, and says a word. Do any of you speak Giant?
Nope.
No.
Unfortunately, no.
Says something in Giant, and you all feel the world warp and shift around you as the pestle, or as the mortar begins to spin, and it blinks out of existence in the cargo hold. And a moment later, you feel yourselves snap back into existence, and you are in a large corridor. And the mortar crashes onto the floor, onto the stone floor here. And the stone floor has, a layer of frost on it that cracks underneath it as it lands. It does not land quietly. And you hear shouting immediately. And you see Reg jump out, pulling his rapier and letting go of it in the air in front of him, and then holding the pestle staff in his hand as a weapon as the rapier begins to bob and weave in front of him. Suma pulls that big greatsword off his back and jumps into the air, his wings spreading. You see coming from the far end of the hallway a pair of frost giants and 4 winter wolves. And he yells, "Go!" and points towards where the map showed the shaft was. And as you look in that direction, you see another frost giant and a pair of winter wolves between you and there. They are a bit more taken off guard than the guards further down the hall were, because the impact sort of shook them and knocked them back. One of the wolves is actually, clambering back up onto its feet after having been knocked down. And let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
I thought we were invisible.
Not yet.
Okay.
It was supposed to be as soon as we landed, Carissa would pop off and then I would pop off. But we're gonna do it in initiative, apparently.
Ah, I love the smell of frost giants in the morning.
You really are a weird one.
I've been told I have sometimes trouble making friends.
All right. Emnus.
A dirty 20.
Carissa.
Fucking 6.
God dang it.
Lila.
Also a dirty 20.
And Manny.
An 18.
Yeah, I hear you, John. I was hoping I'd have a higher initiative so we could try sneaking.
I mean, we could still do it just without the pass without trace. I mean, we'll still get advantage on things. We just won't get that plus 10 bonus.
Between Emnus and Lila, who has the higher dex?
Probably Enmis.
I have a 20 dexterity.
I have a 17.
All right. Why did it not? Sorry, technical difficulties. Stupid encounter runner thing. Encounter.
Let's find out if Lila will actually punch something this time.
Lila, no. Sneaky.
I only mentioned because last job she didn't punch a goddamn thing, even in the combat we were in.
Well, that sucks. D&D's encounter builder has taken away the automatic initiative generator. Seems for the monsters. At least it's not showing up on my screen currently. So, both of them on the same initiative. Okay. Cool. All right. So, Emnus, you're first.
Emnus is going to say in a very hushed whisper, if no one moves, we might be able to sneak and pull this off.
Remember, we're telepathic. You don't have to whisper.
Oh, shoot. Then she's literally just gonna look at everybody with a very stern owl face, and telepathically you'll hear, if no one moves, we might be able to still pull this off. Everyone stay still. Let's just keep sticking to the plans. Maybe they have only seen Raj and Stoma. And she's gonna literally hold her action to hide if it seems like the frost giants know that we're there. But that's what she's doing. She's just gonna hold her action until all the stuff that we've planned out is gonna happen.
Okay. Lila.
Lila will just shrug and hold her action then.
All right. What action are you holding?
Dodge.
All right. You are. Oh, you don't have to hold that. You can just declare dodge.
Oh, yes, she's declared dodge.
All right. There we go. So that will bring us to Manny.
All right. So we need pass without trace first, but once we are invisible, we will not be able to see each other. So, as a bonus action, I will command my rope of climbing to come out, and that way we can everybody grab on, and that way we will always be within 60 feet of each other, so we'll be within the pass, and then we know which way to go. We'll feel the tugging, and as soon as you do pass, I will everybody hands in. I will invisibility us, and so unless I see a giant, and then I'll do it then. And a giant coming at us, and they see us. So basically, for you, the DM, I am holding a 5th level invisibility spell for Carissa. The triggering action being either Carissa casting Pass Without Trace or a giant coming into us.
Okay. All right. Well, a giant's not coming into you, but there is a wolf, a large monstrosity, a winter wolf, comes running over, and 1, 2, 3, 4, roll a d4.
I didn't know there were wolves. You didn't say there were wolves. You just said giant.
I did. I said there was a giant and 2 winter wolves.
Oh, I must have not heard that.
And that's 1. Emnus. There's a winter wolf who is going to make an attack at you. Let's see here.
I mean, would that trigger his hide action?
Yes, you can attempt to hide from the winter wolf.
Stealth, right?
So I will need a stealth check from you.
A 14, unfortunately, even though I have a plus 13 because this game hates me.
14. And their bonus to perception is +5. They got a 17 because they get advantage for keen smell and hearing. Yeah, the wolf knows where you are and is coming to make an attack. And it is going to attempt to bite you. But is going to miss horribly because I don't think a 10 is going to hit.
No, I have a 17 AC.
Actually, I take that back. It didn't have a 10. It had an 11. But that's
So close.
so close. Yeah. All right. So that's that wolf's turn. Next wolf is also running up, and it is going to go after. It's going after you, Manny. And that is a 25 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
And that will do 11 points of damage.
11.
And I need a DC 14 strength saving throw, please.
Okay. Strength save. I fail it, so I guess I'm prone.
You are knocked prone.
Okay. And then so 11 half, so I have to do a DC of 10 for the concentration check.
To not lose the spell you've prepared because you're holding it.
Yep. Got a +6 in con. I'm gonna trust the dice instead of using my portent. All right, that's fine. 22 to hold my concentration.
All right, cool.
I was like, all right, I gotta get at least a 4. I can do this.
And that brings us to Carissa.
Telepathically to Manny, you still want me pass without trace?
Do it. Let's go. Go. We're gonna get out of here.
She will, in fact, cast pass without trace.
And then I will pop off the invisibility when that happens.
All right.
So now we're all invisible with a +10 to our stealth.
Being a druid, I'm guessing I would know that wolves have quite the keen sense of smell and hearing as well.
You do, yes.
They might still be able to smell us. We'll have to move quick.
So, and that that brings, so you both cast. That brings us to the Frost Giant, who has now arrived behind the wolves. He is. I mean, he's not going to have any chance of actually knowing where you are, but he is going to roll at disadvantage, and let's see who. That's going to be Lila. He is throwing a weighted net in your direction, but you took dodge.
Yep.
Which is actually he's at disadvantage either way because
A triple disadvantage. 3.
Yeah.
Do it, Loch. You won't.
So. Oh yeah, no. That wow. You dice are lucky. You never do that to me when I'm playing. God, there's a 1 and a 3.
Yay!
So the net goes wide. He doesn't know exactly where you are. He is just sort of throwing blindly. He misses you entirely.
Wait, it's a 1. Does that mean he gets the wolf instead of us?
Yeah.
I don't have Tyr's table, but you know what? We'll give that a chance. We'll let Ustad decide.
Don't fuck me, Ustad.
So we call it high or low. Which one is it that if it's that he gets the wolf?
Are you rolling a D100 or a D20?
D20.
Okay, I'm gonna say, so your high is 11 or higher.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna say high, and I'm gonna portent that as a 17. Nope, you're rolling a 17. I use the portent.
Oh, all right, cool. All right, yeah, he lands on the wolf.
Which one?
That is a fine question. He gets the one that attacked Manny. Somehow, even though there was one on you and he was aiming at you, but he threw over you, and it gets the wolf that was on Manny. All right, and that brings us to the end of the round, and that's going to bring us to Enmus.
Telepathically, she is going to ask if everybody is attached to the rope.
Yep.
She's going to grab the rope and begin to kind of walk out of the bowl and towards the shaft, trying to be sneaky.
All right.
Would you like a stealth check?
Yes, I would. I would very much like a stealth check.
At plus 10.
And with advantage.
Okay.
So with advantage and plus 10.
That is a
Invisible neck
40.
brace.
That is a 41.
All right. So noted. And then that will bring up Lila.
You know what? That sounds so good. Lila's gonna have the same.
All right. You are moving with stealth.
They both rolled 14, which would be a 24 with that plus 10 and
did you do
24
advantage?
plus. Yes, I did. Both of them rolled 14. 24 plus 7 is 31.
All right. And that will bring us to Manny.
All right. Half my move to stand up, and then just to stay on pace, I will, not take an action other than because going stealthily is not an action. So I will dash, so I have a movement to stay on pace, and I will move stealthily.
All right. Give me. You're dashing.
I'm not moving faster. I'm just moving further.
Right.
Like it's a
But you've
terrible
got-
name for it because you're not
yeah.
actually running.
But you've got your boots. Yeah, all right. So yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
All right, stealth. All right, 25 with the pass without trace, and then my stealth is +7, so 33, 32, 32.
All right. And that'll bring up the first of the wolves. The wolf will attempt to escape from the net. The wolf gets a natural 20, and so is able to paw at the ice and get its nose underneath the edge of the net and get itself loose. But that will take its action. So it will not do anything else this turn. The second wolf, which is free, is going to attempt to see if it notices any of you. But even with that, no, that's not going to be enough to notice any of you who are moving. So that wolf does nothing. Carissa?
As we're all holding onto this rope and everyone else is moving, I'm moving with them. I went ahead and rolled while you were doing the wolves, if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right, so I rolled a 19, have a +2, and then there's the +10 from pass without trace. So that should be 31.
31. All right. Yeah, the wolves have no idea where you are. The frost giant is still doesn't. The frost giant is he's yelling at the wolves. He's commanding the wolves to find you. And he is swinging the net around in the hopes to hit something near him, but you've all moved, so he's not going to notice you. And that will bring us back around to Emnus was first. So
before Emnus goes, do we notice if Reggie's actually causing a distraction or no?
oh yes. Glancing back over your shoulders, you notice you watch as Reggie's rapier, which is dancing in front of him, held by no one, stabs a winter wolf in the neck, killing it. You see him step in as Suma, who is flying, hits one of the giants in the back of the head with the with his greatsword. Reg extending the pestle staff to even longer, catching the falling giant on the pestle staff and wheeling it over. The giant falls into the mortar. Reg then throws the pestle staff in after it and says, "Grind." And the staff begins to swirl, and you watch this giant get pulled down, and you see blood spray out of the pestle. I mean, out of the mortar. As Reg turns his attention back to what's going on, and you see Suma literally cut another giant in half with his great sword. And there is lots of shouting. They are a great distraction.
Great.
Going on up the hallway. More giants are coming running.
Does anyone else have an image of a giant in a blender now?
Yep.
Yes.
For those of you wondering, that magic item is called Baba Yaga's Mortar and Pestle. And that's what it does.
Yep. It's great.
Terrifying.
All right, so Emnus, you are up.
She's gonna keep running now that can she feel like the other people behind, since she can't see them?
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
she feel them?
yeah. You
Okay.
can. You have a sense of multiple hands on the rope behind you. You know that there. You can tell. I'd say, like, the further away on the rope, the more hands, the harder it is to tell exactly how many there are back there. But you can tell for sure there's at least 2 people behind you. You're pretty
Okay.
sure everyone's there, but you're 100% certain that there are 2 people behind you, and you think there's a third.
And
But
we're also
beyond that, you
telepathically
can't really
linked, so you can just ask.
She is then just going to just be like, if it is all right, I am going to pick up the pace now, and we are going to go a little faster.
Lead us to the door.
And so she will, taking her movement to just run, basically. I have a 30 feet walking speed, so if she moves, takes the dash at 60. I don't know if anybody is not going to be able to keep up with that.
I don't think anybody's slower than 30 normal.
Nope, I am not.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are smaller races.
Yeah, because none of us are small. So yeah, we can
there
all
you
do
go.
at least 60.
Okay, so
She is.
moving 60 feet, you can you can see the shaft that you want to go down. You can see there's a grate covering the shaft, and you know that next round you will be at the shaft.
Cool. So yeah, she'll just spend her movement being the top of the train and going towards the grate and getting to the shaft.
All right. And that'll bring I assume is everyone taking dash this round?
Yep.
Everyone is dashing. All right. I'm
all
not
keep
going to
up
make
with
you
each other.
reroll stealth. I am, however, going to give the wolves a chance to pick up your trail because they have keen scent, and they won't know exactly where you are, but they will know which direction you went. And so, yeah, with a 21, 20. With a 24, yes, one of the wolves. Check the other one.
Our minimum
That
was
was not far off.
31.
Yeah, I was supposed to say we're almost
Your
like at
stealth
30.
is, yes, your stealth is for them to find you. But I'm saying that pass without a trace covers your sound. It doesn't so much cover your scent. So they're able to pick up your trail and know which direction you ran. They don't know exactly where you are. They couldn't point at you and be able to find you, even if you were, visible. They would have trouble. With that stealth roll, they might have trouble finding you. But they are moving. One of the wolves, makes a howly noise as it finds your scent, and the other wolf joins it, and the two of them take the dash action. How fast do they move? Is the question. Oh, they move very fast. So they are going to be able to catch up to you, but then they seem confused once they get. So you guys, what you see is wolves running very quickly in a straight line down the path that you guys ran, but then they sort of overshoot you, and then like sort of stop and turn back confused, and they're hunting for the scent, but they're having trouble finding you. So that is their turn. That brings us to Ren. You said you were also dashing, so that'll make it the Frost Giant's turn. The Frost Giant is going to come lumbering along behind the wolves. The Frost Giant, he moves 40 feet, so he will dash and he will catch up to where the wolves are, but he still can't find you. He's waiting for the wolves to hit on something. And that will bring us back to Emnus.
We're still running to the grate at this point?
Yeah, you're within 30 feet of the grate now. You are at the front. So you can make it, you can all make it to the grate on this round, but you will need to get the grate out of the way before you can go down the shaft.
I'm really sorry, Loch. Can we take a really quick break?
Sure.
I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
No worries. Let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break. If our producer could set that up for us, and we will return after we refill our beverages in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We just took our break to get our sniggity snacks and things, and before we left, the crew made their plans. They went over the parameters of their mission. They are on a heist. They are in a citadel inhabited by giants, trying to make their way to the lowest level to infiltrate a vault and steal some residuum. They are, and when we left off, they were in the middle, having just landed in the entry hallway on the level with the frost giants, and they were engaged with a frost giant and 2 winter wolves, while Reg and Suma were being a big distraction and fighting off all of the rest of the residents of the frost giant level that they landed on, in order to cause a distraction for them. And it was Emnus's turn. You are within 30 feet. You are less than 30 feet away from the grate that will lead to the shaft to get off of this level.
Cursory glance, does this look like a grate that comes up out of the floor, or there's like hinges, or...
Make a perception check.
That is a dirty 20.
With a dirty 20. Yes, it looks like this is a grate that can pull up out of the floor. There is a rim of frost around it, so you think that it might stick a little bit as you try to remove it, but it does not have hinges. It looks like it pulls straight up and out.
Doesn't look like it's... And this is just like... This is essentially an air duct, right?
Yes, essentially.
This isn't...
Okay. It is a secondary way for air to flow through the entirety of the mountain.
Okay, and... okay. So from her first thing, she will telepathically call to Carissa and say, I think it's possible if you can become something a little bit stronger to pull this crate out. It might be very important. And then she'll like switch like channels for a second and be like, or possibly Mr. Brains, you have something that can pull this crate out of the floor. It is very big, needs to be pulled out of the floor. Finally switching over to Lila. This crate in the floor. If the other two can't do it, do you mind if you pull it up?
Sure.
And that's her whole turn. She'll examine the grate, tell her friends this what needs to be done, and move forward.
Did you take movement to get to the grate?
Yes, yeah, she would finish her movement out to get to the grate, investigate, and then.
That. All right, cool. All right, and that will bring us to Lila.
Well, Lila's gonna finish the movement to the grate, and seeing that it's there, so she's just gonna try and,
Punch it open.
yeah. Strength check, I'm guessing.
You're pulling the grate up.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, give me a strength or athletics, whichever one you like.
Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop.
All right. Yeah, you grab hold of the grate, and straining to lift the grate, pulling. You hear the sound of ice cracking. It doesn't give right away, but as you continue to muscle into it, pulling, if you were visible right now, your muscles would be standing out, and everyone would see the, you in that sort of like squat position, straining to pull, and all of your muscles tensing, and then suddenly the ice breaks, and the grate comes loose and comes loose into your hands. I'm going to say this does not break your invisibility.
It's not attacking nor casting.
It's not an attack, but there is now a grate floating in the air for a moment.
Yeah.
As you're holding it above your head, and it was quite noisy. Do you Do you discard the grate or do you hold on to it?
Discard it.
Okay, you discard the grate. So the grate clatters to the floor with a loud crash. And that will bring up Manny.
So as before I move my 30, I'm going to go into the bag of holding, fetch my bottle of cologne, and throw it in the opposite direction that we're going, so that it will smash, and then hopefully they'll get a stronger version of my scent. Even though there's all this going on, at least it'll hopefully slow down the wolves a little bit by smelling the other direction. And then I'm gonna run towards the grate.
Yeah, actually, that's my fault. I didn't read far enough down on the spell. We can't be tracked except for by magical means, and a creature that receives the bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces of passage.
Oh, all right. Okay. So the wolves are still behind you. Then we'll retcon that. We'll move them back. The wolves are still behind you. They're still looking for where you are. But once the
Floating
grate
in the
starts to
air.
break, they immediately alert to that. Then Manny throws the cologne. Then it will bring up. And Manny, I assume you're going to move to the
Moving
the
to the grate.
shaft as well. You move
Yep.
to the grate. All right. And that will bring up the first of the winter wolves. That wolf will so I have the right stat block up. So you all moved 60, 30. All right. Let's see if they are. Manny, give me a deception check for the cologne.
Sure. +5. So, how does a 16 do for you?
All right, 16. So noted. The first winter wolf takes off running, and blows right through the cloud of cologne heading straight for the
You can say
grate.
it's Draco Noir. He's that asshole.
Okay, he's that asshole. Yes, the wolf sort of sneezes and a puff of frost comes out of its mouth as it does that head shake sneeze thing that dogs do as it runs through the cloud, but is heading straight for the grate.
See, now I want to learn the poison spray, but like model it like a can of Axe getting sprayed.
All right, and the second wolf, that one is also not deterred by the cloud, and runs straight to the grate as well. But uses their entire action to do so. And then the frost giant. Let's see if he. His wisdom is he's a 0. Yeah, he hits the cloud of Draco Noir and is just like, whoa, oh, what the like you see him like flinch and back out of it, almost like you get the impression he thinks he's under some sort of chemical attack or possibly some sort of magic gas attack, and is not taking chances and has backed out of the cloud, even though the cloud is
fantasy.
invisible.
It's Dracus Noir.
Dracus Noirs. Yes, there you go.
And then I see that both the wolves and but the effect of the giant, I go, well, 60% of the time it works all the time, so gets us one of the 30% chances, but it doesn't.
All right, and that will bring us back around to Emnus. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I skipped. Yeah. Um, Karis. That is. Carissa, rather. You are. I assume moving to the grate.
Yeah. She would move, continue, because they're all holding onto the rope. She'd continue to move with the group.
Okay. And what else? Anything else you're doing?
No, because if I cast, I think it breaks the
Invisibility on you.
invisibility.
All right. And that will bring us back to Emnus.
Telepathically to everyone. All right, everyone, I'm going into great now. I will see you down there. And she's gonna go into the hole.
No, you
And-
won't.
Wait, the grate's off of the thing.
Yeah, you won't see us though.
Oh, oh my god, that was good. That was good.
Let's go down the hole.
All right, Emnus, you drop into the hole, but you only get. How long is the rope, John?
60 feet
60 feet. So
from tip to base.
there's 4 of you. So if you're evenly spread out, that is a quarter. So that's about 15.
Every 15.
Yeah. So you only drop 12 to 15 feet down into the hole, and they're sort of dangling on the rope, waiting for the next person behind you to enter the hole. You are now inside the hole, and you can see it is a smooth oval shaft, and it's got a slight curve to it, sort of a almost like a slide, if you will, and you are dangling by the rope in the shaft, and anticipate as others come down, you will slide neatly down the shaft the rest of the way. It looks it looks to go quite a ways. It goes further than you can see, and especially with the curve in it, you lose track after 40 or 50 feet.
Cool.
All right, and that will bring up Lila.
Whee!
Lila jumps in the hole. Emnus, you drop another 15 feet down. You are now 30 feet down. Lila, you are now approximately 15 feet down, being anchored by the 2 at the top. And that will bring us to Manny.
Lonzy, and who will jump down in.
All right, Manny jumps down into the hole.
Everybody drops down another 15 feet.
Another 15 feet. So Emnus is at 45. Lila is at 30. You are at 15.
I have a question.
Yeah, let's see if I was about to answer it.
Physics question mark?
Yeah, no, that's where we're about to go.
Okay.
Carissa, could you give me an athletics or a strength check?
I can, but I'm going to tell you right now, she's probably going to fail. This is not a physically strong character.
Before
It's
you
not
make
this
that
one.
roll.
Timing, so you do have advantage on athletic checks when using it.
I have a
timing can
plus
give you a little bit of
0 in athletics.
Okay, so you get advantage. Quick question though.
Uh-huh.
How do you have the rope
Probably just in her hand.
in your hand? All
Because we
right.
all just grabbed on. We didn't tie off on it.
All right. So
So if they haven't yanked it out of my hand, which would be totally surprising to me, to be honest, they're going to yank me down the slide head first after them, most
well,
likely.
you had extra people holding the weight with you before, but now you don't. So we're going to see what happens with the rope. Go ahead and make me a roll with advantage. I'm going to tell you that I am setting 2 different difficulties with this. If you get the higher difficulty, then you hold on to the rope and are able to anchor yourself. If you fail that, you'll be yeeted. You'll be yeeted if you get low enough, then the rope is just going to rip through your hand as you go. So what did you get?
Well, rolling with advantage, I got a 13.
13. Okay.
So is it yanking out of my hand, or am I going head first down a hole?
you're going head first down a hole. But as you get yanked, you are that's going to happen as the winter wolves get their turn, and as they have the same initiative, and had already picked their target, which was the Great, which is where they saw something happen. They are going to let loose, sort of into the Great Hole. Great Hole. Their cold breath, which is a 15-foot cone. So that is going to be
Myself and
you, Manny, and Carissa are going to be in the path of the cone. Lila, you see it happen just above you, like you would have been caught in that blast if suddenly you didn't drop. So I need a DC 12 dexterity saving throw from both of you.
all right. 15.
19.
All right, you both pass, which is good. 10, 17, half of 17 is. You both take 8 points of cold damage as you get hit with this. Actually, no, I'm sorry. You know, we're just going to double that. You take 17 points of cold damage because you take it from 2 wolves at the same time.
But it's 2 instances of the damage, right?
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and make me another.
I can't fail them, so
Okay. So go
or
ahead.
extra plus modifiers.
Yeah.
But if it were 1 combined, there's a very, very small chance. But the 2 individual,
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. So
16 on my second one.
16. So yeah. So you you both take 17 points of cold damage. I'm sorry. We'll do 16 because we're round down and then back. Yeah, and then doubling. So yeah, you take 16 points of cold damage each as you all free fall down the shaft. It is terrifying briefly. Yes, and miss.
Miss has wings. Can I happilessly float?
Well, you would until all of us passed you, and then you'd get yanked.
Yeah, that's the
If
thing.
she feels the yank, she'd let go. Like we're all going to the bottom of the shaft. Like she's not
Sure,
no
okay,
sense
yeah,
of holding on
sure,
to it.
The shaft is narrow enough. We're just going to crash into you.
Yeah, we can say that this shaft was made by giants. There's room enough for people to pass you. Make me a dex save, Enmus, to avoid the people coming behind you, and to let go of the rope before it yanks through your hand.
And while Emnus is doing that, I think I have to make a con save on my pass without trace because I took damage.
Yes.
So 8 or higher.
Manny
I
also.
don't normally try to roll against the party, but for the sake of theater and hilarity, wouldn't that be a disadvantage because Emnus can't see us?
I should be good on my pass without trace. I got 21.
No, I'm not going to make it a disadvantage because Emnus is holding the rope, so has some idea where you guys are.
Okay.
That's
just hilarious. All of us falling past her, dodging us.
A straight roll. Manny, also a concentration check from you to maintain your invisibility spell.
From what source of damage?
From the cold.
From the wolves?
Yes.
Like I said, I couldn't fail.
Right, but you still took half damage.
Right. Even with like.
Oh, you can't fail the caster.
Even if I roll a 1, I will pass the minimum.
Okay.
So
Good
just because of the items I have and my modifier.
Yeah. Okay,
I have a +9 to my.
I thought you were saying you couldn't fail the check to see if you took damage from both of them, or if you took full damage or half.
No, that I could possibly fail. But the concentration I couldn't because I have basically a +9.
Okay. Ren, did you make your concentration?
Yeah, I got 21.
All right. Emnus, what did you get on your dex?
A 14 on my deck save. Good DM.
Okay. You are able to successfully float yourself and manage to avoid being hit by the party behind you and let go of the rope in time not to get yanked along with them. Um, uh, Everyone else, you free fall, and it's a bit scary for a moment, and then you sort of gently start sliding along the shaft and slow as you reach the bottom, sort of bumping into each other as you slow to a stop at the end, but no one takes any damage from this. Emnus floats down behind, but no longer has the rope and can't see anyone or the rope anymore.
I'm
Good
going to
DM.
telepathically apologize to whoever's ass my head just hit, because my horns.
Yes, Patrick.
Uh, could I make a perception check with my wonderful eyeballs that see 120 feet, both magically and non-magical darkness, to see if there's anything around us?
Yes, actually, anybody who wants to make a perception check now that you are here and have unceremoniously landed at the bottom of the shaft to see what is around you. It is pitch black down here. There is no light. But yeah, go ahead. If you have dark vision, feel free to and make that check at disadvantage unless you have something that enhances your dark vision in some way.
We can't hear you, John.
Oh, sorry, I was eating crackers or cookies, and I was trying to be pleasant to the audience. I was gonna say Manny adjusts his glasses that are just like the glasses that sit on the bridge. They don't have the earpieces, and he can now
Pinch
see with
nos.
goggles at night. And then telepathically, Manny will be, if anyone is let go of the rope, find the left wall, and we will eventually bump into each other.
That is a perfect idea. I have decided that if wings, I would rather float down than to fall down.
Yeah,
Is
she's not
everyone
in
all
front of
right
me
though?
anymore.
All right. What was that? Was that last part, Patrick?
Oh, and Miss was just asking if everyone is all right.
No.
It was a very fun slide.
Got a bit of a
all right.
chill from those wolves, but I think I'm all right for the moment. Is anyone else hurt?
I'm hurt
Not,
that the concept of whatever we just went down wasn't something someone can pay to do.
not hurt enough to risk the invisibility wearing off.
Anybody making their
Ooh.
perception checks?
Ooh, that's a good question.
11.
Am I far enough away that invisibility is not? Is it just like on us, or
Yeah,
is
so
it a
pass without trace,
radius?
you have to be
Yeah,
close
pass
enough
without.
to Carissa, but invisibility was as soon as I touched you. Now you can go as far as you want away from me
Yeah, you need to be within
Oh,
30 feet of me.
for the pass without trace. So it's
And the way I run Pass Without a Trace, just so you all know, because of the way that spell is worded very ambiguously. Um, so I'm very versatile with it. Um, Anyone that you designated when they started, if they fall out and then come back in, as long as you accept them back into the spell, they get it back for the duration of the spell. And any new person that comes along that you want to extend the coverage of the spell over, you can, because of the way the spell is worded. It is very ambiguous about who it includes. It doesn't say it just includes the people that were there when you cast it originally. It says that anyone under the spell that is
yeah, it's
within
like a
range of you.
radius.
Yeah, so you can actually modify that one on the go as to who is included and who isn't. So if someone really pisses you off and they're under your pass without a trace, you can just exclude them from it. That's the way I run it. Anyway, so you had an 11, John. Anybody else making perception? Patrick, you said you were going to with disadvantage?
8.
8.
It would just be normal because I have Devil's Sight thanks to my wonderful Eldritch Invocation.
All right. Anybody else?
I'm a human. I can't see shit.
I only rolled a 14.
14. All right. No, that's the highest roll there. John and Patrick, the floor of the spiraling tunnel that you have now joined up to, it looks like it's covered in a layer of bramble or vines or something. They don't look to this far underground. Maybe roots, something. They don't look like. Your best guess, just from what you can make out, would be sort of like old kudzu, old vines that are dried out, in a layer on the floor. Carissa, you see vaguely the same thing, except you're pretty sure it's not vines because you're pretty sure it's starting to move. That there's movement. The whatever that is starting to move on its own.
Would I be able to see like the colors of it or anything like that? I can see it normally. Like that's
yeah, you
that's
can
like
see
the whole thing.
normally. It is no, it's all gray and black and white. I mean, and you can see colors, but what's on the floor is all sort of gray and black and white, which is what leads you to believe it's like dried out, desiccated vines along the floor. You know, sort of, yeah, and there's also a sort of a smell of rot here. But you notice that this tunnel is fairly carpeted with whatever it is.
Well, I will find use just telepathically. All of you just get to the wall. I will find you here in a second. Let me see here. Let me see here. Um. Uh. Oh no! Wait. Hang on. Why don't I do these? And she's gonna stand. She's like gonna step on the like land, and then just call out "Quack!" so that you can all actually hear the sound to be able to like give her a distance of judge of where she's at from you all.
Carissa will respond telepathically. Amnes, my dear, the whole point is to be quiet and not be heard.
Yes, but telepathic, of course. But you need to be able to know how far away I am, so that I can at least try to find the rope. I suppose.
That was why
Make-
we need to get to the wall. That way we can
Make your
find
way
each
to
other.
the left wall.
But if I'm at the left wall, how do I know if you're follow
Right,
to the
go-
left or follow
you
to
wait
the
in the
right?
very back corner, the back left corner. Is this a square room or a circular room?
It is a shaft.
Oh, okay.
You're in a
We
shaft
haven't-
still.
I
Okay.
thought
You
we had
haven't actually
landing.
crossed into the tunnel. You're
And
at the base of the shaft.
Miss, we haven't moved from where that slidey thing ends. You can find us real easy.
Yeah, just come to the entrance of the shaft, which is where we're at, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk forward and you bump into
Yeah,
into Karis.
telepathically will be like, all right, let's stretch the rope across, and so that way you'll clothesline.
Oh, excuse me. I think I have found someone, and she's feeling like a back. She's feeling
That's not what
down
you're
to a
feeling,
lower
Riley.
back.
You're muted,
We
Ren.
can't hear you, Ren.
If you're trying to get my attention, sweetheart, you're going to have to go a little lower.
Oh, pardon me. And she's gonna take her hands off of you, and could you please extend the rope behind you?
Carissa will hold it out behind her, like just arm straight back. So you can find my arm and follow it down to the rope.
Bumbling finds rope is now attached, but now I'm between. She's gonna be in front of you, so whoever was in front of you,
You
I'm
can
now
now move
between.
along the rope to get, because Carissa was at the back,
Yeah.
so you can
And I
kind of move
can't
along.
lead people.
Yeah. So, telepathically, make your way back up to the front since you memorized the map.
Okay. And she passes through.
Yeah, you don't want me in front right now. I can't see shit.
Loch,
Yes.
you said I can see the vines moving. The vines are on the floor of the cave in front of us, not here in the shaft itself, right?
Correct.
Y'all, those of you who can see anyway, no offense, Lila. You do realize those vines is moving, right?
There's vines.
There's vines on the floor of the cave in front of us, and they are moving.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I was thinking of my brain if I was a way that I could help you, but it appears I am unable to help you. This is with your vision problem, Lila. I'm sorry. You said there are vines on the floor. That is wicked wild.
Yes, they are. In fact, Lila's going to take a ball bearing from her bag and just roll it out onto the vines to see what happens.
I am?
Sorry, not Lila, Carissa. Oh my god. Brains.
Okay.
Don't have them
You
anymore.
you roll a ball bearing out into the hallway, and as it rolls across the vines, you you make out that these aren't vines at all. As you watch several mouths open and heads strike as these rotting, decaying, undead snakes snap at the ball bearing as it rolls past them.
Oh, even worse. Those aren't vines.
It's a
Those
good thing
snakes.
It's a good thing that they are not spiders.
Why did it
So
have
we
to be snakes?
And the undead kind at that. It's not natural.
Lila, take inspiration. Get the you can use that on any roll that you choose one time.
Okay, so what does inspiration do exactly?
You just when you make a roll and you failed it and you want to succeed at it, you can choose to use your inspiration. You can use it for any roll, check, save, attack, whatever. And you roll the d8. You say I'm using my inspiration, then you roll the d8 and you add that to your total.
Okay.
It is a GM prerogative mechanic, and since you made an Indiana Jones reference for me, which was the first thought I had when I went looking for what sort of swarmy thing to put on the floor here, I was immediately like, we're doing Indiana Jones, the bottom of the pyramid floor. Perfect. So yeah, that's
Is this room also covered in frost and ice, or are we now fully through the cold?
oh, you are deep into the hill giant sections
Great.
Of the Citadel at this point. Eminus, you know from the map that it is approximately 75 feet to the next shaft in order to drop down yet again. And make it down to the fire giant levels.
DM, do you
Yes.
consider if I have an item that has, a spell that it could be used from it, do you consider that casting a spell that would break invisibility if I'm using it from my item?
That's a fine question, actually. Let me
It's a
check
great
something.
one for cast guidance.
Right. Let's see here. Let me check the. I suppose that question boils down to whether or not the use of a magic spell, the magic of the spell being utilized, or the actual process of casting is what breaks the invisibility. If it is an attack spell of any kind, it definitely breaks the invisibility.
What if it's a saving throw? Like making the vines make a saving throw. I'm not
Are they
rolling an
going?
attack roll.
Are they going to take damage from it?
Yes, they will. They will die.
Then an attack and it's going to break your invisibility.
Then that would break.
That would break your invisibility. Yes.
All right. Next. All right. Keep back to the drawing board. How long? You said
Telepathically.
this room is how long? 75 feet?
Yeah, it is 75 feet. This tunnel continues to go down. It goes all the way down
Yeah.
through the rest of the layers. But where the next shaft is to get you out of this tunnel, and give you the ability to avoid running into more giants, is 75 feet. Yes.
Okay. And how far? We see those of us who can see, we see these snapping undead vine snakes. How far do those extend?
Those extend. Oh, as far as you can see in the tunnel, they extend. It is just a carpet.
So it's gonna have that rope of climbing, and we can literally just fasten it to the wall and climb it. But it's only 60 feet.
If I have a question, if any of you would be willing to do this. I know this is a little bit of a weird. Oh, well, no, that wouldn't work because you would have to sit there or you have to attune to it, as they say, with also magic. Never mind. Sorry. My shoes, if you have noticed, these stylish shoes that I wear are wonderful boots of spider climb. And wonderfully, my wonderful patron has gifted with the ability to float, as it were. So I could float across the thing, and then somebody could use the boots, and then I would float back, give the boots to the next person. Unfortunately, this would take too much time, and so
What it would
what?
break by then.
This is fair, and also you would have to. Again, sorry. Oh, that coffee is giving me such heartburn. I suppose it would take too much time, and also we are making sure that the Reich does not die. So, what if, following my lead, since I can see normally in this darkness, perhaps we can sneak by these sniggling dead on snakes?
How do
Would we do the
sneak
Indiana
past them?
Jones tiptoe around them?
Yes, I can see the ground perfectly. There is no darkness for me, and just step where I step.
There's a problem with that. I can't see anything, and I can't see you.
I was wondering
Son,
how we gonna step where you step when we can't see each other. And
Like-
as far as I can tell, they are all over that floor.
The other
no,
thing
that's
we could
this.
do is, so the rope of climbing holds up to 3,000 pounds, which we are definitely under. It can move on its own with my commands. We can climb it, whereas we then kind of. How good is everybody's grip strength? Is what I'm asking.
Let's say this. I do not have to worry. You can take off all of my weight because I have the, and she'll kind of,
Wings, yeah.
her wings are will kind of flutter a little bit. So there are no worries for me, but it is definitely worrisome for the three of you.
I think it's really only worrisome for me. I'm the only one that's
So
mentioned they can't see.
Well, the other thing
perhaps
we can do is we can break our invisibility for now, and I can always do this one more time where we all go invisible, but that will burn another big chunk of my energy. But we can
I have
do this until we see more giants.
perhaps
If
the light
we
spell.
if we stop being invisible though, then the snakes can probably see us.
Yes, but we can then kill the snakes pretty easily. I can
There's an awful
blast
lot
them
of them.
in freezing ray. Little cone of cold, if you will.
You are the brains. I am simply here as the fingers to break open a vault.
Let's see what else. I'm just. Lila, what do you have in your repertoire?
Well, I could throw my. I didn't replenish them after last time, but I could throw my last vial of acid and kill some of them without them noticing.
I can create a storm of ice and cover an area, but that would make it hard for us to walk across then, too.
I also have some explosives, but I don't want to draw that much attention.
That's too much. You, Emers, you mentioned your patron in a bottle.
Yes, I can go inside of my.
Does your patron let others go into your bottle?
I do not let other people inside of my bottle unless they ask me, and they seem
Well,
like
I'm asking
trustworthy
you
people.
if we can go in your bottle and you can just fly us across.
Uh, um, uh, how do I put this politely? You all are wonderful people,
It's your
but
personal
I
space,
have.
I get it.
It's a little bit more than just a personal space. This is, how do you say, like a stash house of sorts. All of my good things are in there, and I like all of you, but I personally just don't trust all of you.
Emnus, what's your armor class?
My armor class is a 17.
You feel 2 points of red hot pain in your leg.
Ah!
And I need a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh dear. That is not good.
How did it find her?
You guys are standing there talking, and snakes have blind sight.
Well, we're all you speaking
Telepathic.
telepathically.
Oh, all right, you're right. You're right. Here, wait. Hold that thought.
I just
I thought.
um,
I mean, the blind side is fair, but yeah.
yeah, you it's not so much that the snakes found Emnus as they're just wiggling around at the front of the tunnel and happen to have bumped into something and struck. I rolled on a percentile to see um, if they happened across. Since I'm sorry. Yeah, you're all talking
In our heads.
in your heads. So I need what was your Constitution save?
An 8.
Okay. So
You're dead.
hmm. So you take 4 points of piercing damage, and then you're going to take 12 points of poison damage.
Am I poisoned?
You are not poisoned.
That's good to know. Ow, son of a speech, and she will say that out loud because she's obviously just got fucking bit by a snake. Oh fuck that. Excuse me. I would think we would like to make a decision now. Telepathically.
As you say that out loud, you notice more of the snakes start to slowly move in the direction of the shaft.
Fine, fuck this. Manny's gonna make his way to the to where Emrys is at the front of the rope, so that everybody is behind him, and he's gonna point his staff forward down the tunnel, and he's gonna cast Cone of Cold.
Okay. Make a tell me what I need to do.
C17 Constitution save.
All right, and what is the
36 on a fail.
what is the range on that?
Oh, sorry, it's a 60-foot cone. So I'm
60-foot
blasting
cone.
60 feet down all of the
All right.
snakes. Because Manuel will realize, hey, there's snakes. I don't really need to aim up high, so he's literally gonna aim it so that the tip is on the ground, so it's literally just gonna shoot straight across and hit everything, and give us a little clear pathway.
See if I can just.
And now we're visible.
Die roller. All right, you know what? There. What was the DC?
DC is 17. Con.
That makes my life easy. 1. All of the rollings. One more time.
36 on a fail, 18 on a pass.
All right. Okay, you blast into the tunnel with a cone of cold, coating the floor for 60 feet in frost. And you see patches in the swarm that just start moving and start to crack and crumble and break apart. There are still some sections that seem to still be moving despite the cone.
Okay.
Are they all dead? Do I need to throw my acid?
No, there's still some left. Let me see here. Well, at this point, because we are now visible, might as well light a torch for our friend here. Spells. Oh, I don't have light, so.
I have a tinderbox and a torch. I can do it myself.
Cool.
If need
Well,
be.
here, let me give you a hand. And as I say that, I conjure up a mage hand. And my friend here can go a little bit further. He can go up to 60 feet. So I will allow the mage hand to hold the torch for Lila. So her hands are free for the punchity punches.
All right.
Does this mean I can now see snakeage?
Yes. Oh yeah, you can
Go
as
punch
the
a
light
snake.
comes, the snake the patches of still living snakes. And while you can tell that the numbers of snakes in the areas that are still moving are lessened. It killed some of them, but not all of them in those areas. Um, so
She'll
that
huck
means
her vial of acid at a patch of snakes then, because she
um,
wants this to be as clear as possible.
I assume you are choosing the nearest patch of snakes to you that's still moving,
Yeah.
which would be the patch about 10 feet away from you. All right, you chuck your acid at them. Make an attack roll.
Flat
Add
attack
your
roll?
add your base attack bonus, your proficiency bonus.
Okay. What is my base attack bonus? +5. 16.
All right. 16 is good enough to hit. You hit. Roll me a d10.
Boop, boop, boop. 10! Woohoo!
All right.
This is why I keep them all on their pretty sides.
All right. You splash the acid and you see more snakes bubble and croak, but there is still movement in that section. Not as much. Still movement though.
Well, I'm not gonna just start punching random undead snakes. So, if anyone else has any ideas.
But well, we can also speedrun this course.
What?
Oh, we could get Nemesis' bottle and she could fly us across.
I don't think, no matter, even as persuasive as I can be, she's not going to let us into her home.
I'm just not sure how my patron will feel to have strangers pop inside of my bottle. And I've never tried to have somebody inside of my bottle again. This is where I keep all of my stolen positions.
Honey, we don't care about your other possessions. We just want to get out of this one alive and get paid.
Some people go across the snakes. I've just realized I probably could have, by the time of you all throwing these things, I could have carried you across.
Start.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean like one at a time. I could carry the first one over and send the second one over and send the third one over.
So why haven't you done
Well,
that
now
yet?
that we have broken concentration on invisibility, that frees me up to do some more things.
Oh.
Who did we
Oh,
lose?
we lost the
Loch.
DM.
Oh no!
All right, that means we win. We
Snakes
win,
got
everyone.
him. The snakes magically disappear and we run down the shaft. We're at the other end. We did it.
Sure,
We're at
you
the other
did.
end.
Yeah, we got it.
We're
We
at
got it to
the
the side, Loch.
we're on the other end.
I believe you.
Yeah, great. All right, what's next?
Okay, so yeah, we go down the next shaft.
Thanks,
No, well,
Loch.
I mean, we were about to, because Emnus can fly. I can cast, now that I don't have to keep concentration on invisibility, I was about to say, I can now cast Levitate on the rope. We all tie the rope to ourselves. It will levitate us up, and Emnus can fly it and lead us along.
Perfect. Wonderful. 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 And she will
I
fly.
will levitate I will have us all tie off to the rope of climbing, so that way we don't actually have to hold our weight. And then I will cast levitate on it, so it will now float up. I am assuming the three of us are under 500 pounds because none of us are giant, rock stout hearts. or Ziraj of the Serene Glades, taking up most of that weight. And so, yeah, we are now levitating with the rope, and you can
All right.
fly us.
Cool. You
Slash, we can walk along the wall, like goop our way through.
Yep. All right. So yeah, it takes you. You have to move slowly. It's a bit awkward. It's endless for you flying and pulling them behind you. It's like pulling along a string of very awkward balloons. It takes a little getting used to in the movement and not like knocking them into walls as you follow the curve down. Eventually, you get past the area where the last of the frozen snakes are, and into a return to the solid carpet of snakes. And you can see the grate. There are snakes all around the grate, but the grate doesn't look frozen in place like the last one.
How long did it take us to get down the shaft?
I'll say about a minute.
Okay.
Maybe a minute and a half, just because
So
Endless was having to be careful.
Yeah, that's fine. So as we're all at the grate, I'll say, Lila, do you want to punch this one open too?
I didn't punch the last one open.
Oh, I just assumed. I didn't actually see how you did it.
If you would excuse me, I think there was a lot of snakes there. Let me clear those out for you. And she'll hold her hand in front of it and cantrip Eldritch Blast the grate with the snakes on top of it.
All right, make an attack roll.
Are you just gonna like machine gun fire Eldritch Blast till it's cleared?
No, it's force. It's force energy, so it'll push them
Right, but I'm
out of
saying
the
until
way.
you've hit them all.
Oh no, just
I mean, all right. So
Cantrip spam.
with rules as written, the way swarms work is you just pretty much target the square, and if you beat the armor class, you do damage, and until all of the hit points are gone, there are still some of the swarm left. Once you've done enough hit point damage, we are all 5x5 gelatinous cubes of hit points according to D&D rules. So I'm not going to make you oh, it's going to get harder to blast them. No, it is an area of effect it is an area you have to hit, and once you've done enough hit point damage, they're all dead.
Oh yeah. So the first, because I guess I get two of these. The first one is a 10.
That misses. You somehow manage to, in trying to shoot the ones around the grate, put the Eldritch Blast straight down the hole of the grate and into the shaft.
Completely fair. Oh my god. That is a 10 again.
Amazingly, you hit the exact same hole as you did before. It is like, if you were trying to do that, it would be really impressive.
Okay, Lila pats herself down and realizes, oh, I only used one on the last job. I have one last left. And she's gonna literally chuck the bottle so it'll do the whole shatter splash acid thing
Okay.
on the grate.
Make me an attack roll. Same as last time.
Aha! 17.
All right. Yeah, you hit. Roll me a d10.
Come on, 10 again. 10! Woo! It's all thanks to my ambassador dice. Seriously, get yourself some.
All right.
Use our portal.
You have hit the snakes. You have splashed them with acid. Some of them have died. there are still snakes there.
Manny,
Yep.
could you have your little magic hand hold the torch down by them, see what happens?
Yeah. And in addition to that, I'm going to on my stat. I'll have the hand move down closer and start waving it around. But I'm also going to take the staff of power and run my hand up it, casting green flame blade on it, and I will start smashing it into the ground next to the stakes.
All right.
I was
So first
hoping
will
to see
be
if they were
the hand
attracted.
moving because as my bonus action to see what happens, and then based on that, green flame blade smash, smash, smash.
I was hoping to
Okay.
see if the snakes are attracted or repelled by the light.
The mage hand moves down, hovers above them. You get the distinct sense that these being undead snakes don't actually have working eyeballs. The eyes that you can see are milky or rotted. The only thing you've seen to have attracted them is anything that is moving in their range. And the mage hand, I'm gonna give the benefit here that the mage hand is um, hovering above their range. If it's not, then they're striking at it, but
It's
it's not
incorporeal.
because it's a torch. It's because it's moving. They don't shy away from the light at all.
That was what I was wanting to see. Thank you.
Okay,
Some
so
things don't
Manny,
like light.
you are attacking with the green flame blade.
Yep. Now let me ask you this, because we talked about the swarm and how that works. The green flame blade, it jumps to another target, but since this is technically all the same target, but also individual targets, can I have the additional flame jump to more of the swarm?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
All right, cool. Does a 25 hit the swarm?
25 does hit the swarm.
All right. That's gonna be a lot of d8s. Let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 d8s. 5 plus 5. Do you need me to separate out the fire damage and the bludgeoning damage?
Yes, please.
All right. Bludgeoning is going to take 4. Actually, yeah, it's bludgeoning. So 4 plus 2 is 6 bludgeoning total. And then the rest of it will be all right. So 2, 4, 11, sorry, 9, 16 points of fire.
All right, you have killed most of the snakes. There are still a few stragglers in the area, but the path around the patch, the 5-foot square next to the grate is clear for the moment, but the you see snakes from the swarm to either side of that start to
Fill it in.
start to move towards the area. You've got about one round of it being clear ish.
All right. Lila, open it real quick, and then we'll get on the other side of it, and then we'll be good.
How far off of the ground are we right now?
I mean, we can just lower ourselves. I can drop concentration, but I figured I was able to reach with a staff.
Staffs
with
are
the
longer than arms.
with the amount of rope in between you, and you can literally plant your feet on the wall and sort of walk yourself down. The rope is levitating, but you aren't. You're levitating by means of the rope, so you can sort of. I'll let you like pull yourself down and be able to get a hold of the grate and try and wrench it up. It'll be a little bit harder DC for the strength check to open it because your angle's bad, but yeah.
Okay, I'll try it.
Actually, it'll probably about balance out because this one's not frozen shut. So
Oh, that is a 11 plus 9. Brain, why aren't you working?
What was the first number?
11 plus 9.
That's 20.
Okay.
That's a
Then it's
dirty
20.
20.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, no problem. You yank the grate up, and in fact, you notice like one edge of it where the acid had hit. The acid ate through it, and so that side, like, there's no top edge to the grate anymore. It's just the prongs now. But yeah, you were able to pull it up pretty easily.
All right. She's also gonna like try and throw it to smash onto part of the snake swarm to try and kill some more.
All right. Roll me. I'm not going to make you roll to hit. You hit a pile of snakes with a grate. Roll me a d6 for damage.
Great job, Lila.
5.
Okay. The snakes don't seem to care a lot that you threw a grate at them.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but
They have resistance to bludgeoning damage. They took 2 from that. Just say it.
Well, I was like, I should ask if he needs that separated.
Yeah. That makes a difference. Okay, the shaft is open. You can all mount the shaft if you like.
Into the shaft we go.
I mean, we're all tied together, so I feel like if one goes, we're all going.
Yep.
And you're levitating this time still, I assume. How long does your levitate spell last?
I got 10 minutes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you got plenty of time left. So you are levitating. So you move slowly down the shaft. Everybody give me a dex save just to see. Don't fail this horribly, okay?
Don't like how you said don't fail it horribly. Not that it
Save
matters.
check.
Save.
All right, 23. 23.
10.
22. We rolled a natural 20.
24.
24. Lila, on your way down, as you are floating leisurely down the shaft, making your way to the bottom, a couple of snakes fall through the hole above you and come flashing past. One of them, snapping its fangs as it goes by, misses you, but not by a lot. But nothing else happens. But you do notice that there are a few snakes still falling into the hole you left behind from up there and falling down the shaft. But you don't take any damage from them. They don't manage to bite you. Like I said, don't fail it horribly. If you had rolled a 3 or less,
I did roll a 3. My bonus was a 7.
there you go. So yeah, you almost got bit, but you didn't. So you're fine. And you guys, when you get to the bottom, yeah, there are 4 or 5 snakes down here, but you're still floating. You're fine. You can dispatch them quietly before setting down on the ground if you choose to here. It has gotten noticeably warmer, and the shaft is no longer pitch black. Now, from just around the curve in the tunnel ahead, you can see a bright orange glow coming from up ahead.
Speaking telepathically to the party, I suspect we should untie from the rope and hold on to it again. DM, has it been an hour since we've been here?
Now we'll say it's been about it's probably been about 45 minutes at this point.
I've got a tiny bit of time left on that pass without trace, but I think I'll go ahead and recast it just to make sure we got enough time. And then Manny, we might want to be invisible again.
Do we want to do we, since, not to say my magical prowess is more important than yours, but getting a large number of us with that spell, you were able to do it in a much different way. would it behoove us to do your pass without trace, kind of scout and peek to see if we then need to do the invisibility as well? Again, not to quantify my prowess over yours. I just don't want to burn everything I have right away.
It seems like a perfectly fair thing to me.
We can try, but we'll have to stay close together.
Fine with that.
And I'd like to not burn up all my spell slots in case one of y'all gets hurt.
All right, so you're recasting Pass Without a Trace?
So she will recast
Well,
Pass Without a Trace.
If we still have 15 minutes on it, we should probably burn out the first 15 minutes before recasting, right?
We can try. I'm just worried about running out. I'll need to be mindful. And keeping track of time isn't always my best thing.
I've got a strong mind here.
All
Keep
right.
track of I'll do the smart stuff and keep track of the times. You do the wise stuff and keep us alive.
All right, then. Do we want to go as a group, or do you all want me to sneak up there by myself?
I feel
Well,
confident in our group effects.
if we want to send a scout, I'd say we'd send our sneakiest person and...
Without me with you, though, you don't benefit from my spell.
That's fair.
Again, I think that we are all professionals at what we do, and none of us are clanking around here too hard. As evident the last time we made our way through the ruckus of the Frost Giants, I think that we'll be fine to move as a group.
All right, then. Untie from the rope so that we're not physically connected.
And I will have us kind of once we're all put our feet on the ground, I'll then drop concentration on levitate, so none of us are falling.
All right. So you all move down the tunnel.
Yep.
You come to an exit from the tunnel into a huge, expansive cavern with flows of lava and pools. The rock here is red and black and craggy. There are outcroppings, numerous ones all around. And you're able to just make out at the, you looking across all of it. On the far side, you can see a sort of section of wall that, even from here, doesn't seem to resemble the rest of the aesthetic of this cavern. It is very brown and green by comparison to the red, orange, and black that is everything else here. And based on the map, Enmis, you're fairly certain that is the doorway you are looking. It's probably 300 feet or so, 350 maybe, over. But it looks, even from here, it looks as though you can get there without having to actually cross any of the lava flows directly, if you take the right path through. And you don't see any giants currently.
But it's a big open cavern, right?
It is a big open cavern, but there's lots of, like I said, there's lots of rocky outcroppings.
Yeah. But
it is not a
somebody
flat,
walking across would be easily spotted.
Possibly.
So, all right. At that point, then Manny will go ahead and gather everyone around to recast his last 5th level from himself to do invisibility on all of us.
All right. And I assume you were taking up the rope again?
I will say, before we do that, Carissa, do you want to redo your Pass Without Trace before I do that?
How are we on time for it?
No, I'm saying if we're going to try to cross right now, before I invisibility all of us, do you want to reset your clock to an hour?
Yes.
So that way,
yeah, you're at about 50 minutes right now. So yeah, you're.
Yeah. All right. she will take just a moment, focus, and cast Pass Without Trace on the group again.
All right. And then Manny casts invisibility again.
Yep.
And you are all invisible and holding on to the rope.
Yep.
And you begin moving across the fields of lava.
And have Emrys guide us. Once we start on the path, we'll kind of see the path ahead of us because lava glows.
Yes.
Um,
As you transverse, because you are Pass Without a Trace and immune to anything but the most magical of findings, and no one's really looking for you, you easily avoid the path of some salamanders that are roving about. You see a couple of giants just going about their day that you
I
pass.
imagine they're like in the hot springs, like lounging in the
In-
lava, just
In
like.
fact, you've gotten ahead of me. There is one point where you come around the corner, and if you weren't invisible and you weren't Passed Without a Trace, this is a rock outcropping that those of you who are good at stealthing know that this would have been a point in your path where you would have ducked for cover behind this large rock outcropping because it's a good hiding place. And as you're passing by, there are two giants, a male and a female, in the pit in the pool of lava, and they're having a good time in the hot tub. And as you think to yourself, that would have been a good place to hide. Oh, but yeah, because there's two giants right there. That probably, yeah. And then you realize that there is someone hiding in that spot, and it's another giant, and he seems to be very engaged in watching what's going on in the pool. And seems very enamored by the male who is doing things to the female in the pool. And you continue on your way.
For them.
And yeah, eventually you make it all the way across, and have come to a stone archway. It is a very different kind of stone. It is sort of aged and pockmarked, and it is a grayish brown. It has moss and bioluminescent lichen growing on it. And beyond the archway, there seems to be a vestibule, if you will, a foyer that you step into, and then beyond that, there are two doors that are with two doorways. There's no doors on them. There are two doors leading into a larger chamber beyond. And we're going to stop right there, and we're going to take our final break, and then we will come back and we will look at the vault of the stone giants right after this. Stick around, guys. We're going to get sneaky snacks. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. Before we left to get our snickety snacks and our refreshments and our beverages of choice, the party had embarked on a mission from Reg of the Red Ferns to steal some residuum from a vault located at the bottom of a citadel inhabited by various forms of giants. They made their way past some frost giants and winter wolves on the upper level, through a tunnel filled with undead snakes carpeting the floor, managing to creatively bypass most of that and get down to the lowest level, where they have transversed their way through a field of lava pools, avoiding detection by salamanders and giants who were otherwise engaged. And have found their way into a vestibule of the stone giants. And you have stepped into this narrow space through an archway that is brown and gray stone covered in moss and bioluminescent lichen. Likewise, the walls here inside are much the same. There are two doorways leading into a larger chamber in front of you, one to the right and one to the left. What are you doing? You are still invisible and passed without a trace.
According to the map, which way should we go?
It looks like the doorway you're looking for is in the chamber in front of you, and from what you can see from where you are, it looks like both doors lead into the same room. It's like you came in through like one large door where two giants could come in, and then they could separate and go through two smaller doors that are single entry, but it all leads to the same place.
So it's like going through the doors at the auditorium or a theater where you go into like almost like a small lobby area.
Yes.
And then there's multiple doors into the same room. Got it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Think about that. Like, if you've gone to the cinema and you've passed through the big arch, and then you have a choice of which side of the auditorium of the theater do you want to sit on, and you have to go through one of those doors. Except there are no doors on the doors; they are just doorways.
Telepathically, does anyone have a preference of left or right?
Meh.
No?
So long as we get where we're going, does it matter?
Then right it is, and she'll go to the right one.
All right. Do you all follow to the right, following along the rope as it is led?
Sure.
Probably.
All right. As you step into this chamber, once again, it is still brown and gray stone. It is still pockmarked with age. The heat here is much lessened than it was out in the cavern. You are no longer sweating as much as you were. In front of you, about 20 feet in front of you, there is a large, ornately carved stone door with a keyhole set at its center. There is an inscription upon the door. The floor, the wall to your left, the wall to your right, and the ceiling are all covered in silver dollar-sized holes. Along the top, the holes on the walls to the left and right go up about 3/4 of the way, and then a couple of feet from the top of the wall, there are slots that are evenly spaced, that are probably 2.5, 3 inches wide, that run vertically, and on either side of the door there are two holes. They are a foot by a foot square each, one and then the next set parallel next to each other, on either side of the hole, or on either side of the wall of the door, and so that's two on each side. And between the two doors that you just came through, so immediately to your left as you come in through the right hand door, there is a table, and on the table there are 8 keys. Each key is made of a different material. there is brass, copper, gold, silver, ruby, emerald, obsidian, and pearl. Half of the keys are plain, and half of them are ornate. The copper, gold, obsidian, and emerald keys are all ornate in their design. The rest are just plain looking keys. But they all look like they would fit the hole in the door. Does anyone read giant?
I can read all writing.
All right. What you see inscribed upon the door says, "With the key to enlightenment in your hand, you must choose first and be right."
Oh, that's a little bit of a riddle. Monsieur Brains.
I'm going to open up my third eye and choose the option to see into the ethereal plane within 60 feet of me, since somebody else can read any language. Do I get any hint as to which might be the enlightened choice?
Let me see how that works. Is that a feature?
It's a divination wizard feature.
Go read that out loud, by the way, so that everybody can know what it says.
Oh, yeah. You can use your action to choose one of the following benefits, which lasts until you're incapacitated or until you take a short or long rest. You gain dark vision out to range of 60. You can see into the ethereal plane within 60, or you can read any language, or you can see invisible creatures and objects within 10 feet of you that are within line of sight. So I'm choosing ethereal.
All right. Looking into the ethereal plane, you can kind of see through things in the ethereal plane. Give me a perception check. Then nat 20.
Nat 20 plus 1, 21.
All right. The first thing you notice is that you can see the floor appears to you slightly translucent as you look, as do the walls and the ceiling, and you can see that in each and every one of those holes there is a metal spike.
Yep.
And you can tell now that you realize that there are spikes that come out of the ceiling, that the slots at the top and bottom of the walls line up perfectly with where the holes are on the floor, so that when the spikes come up, the wall could pass over them. And you can looking through, you can see mechanisms that would move the walls towards you.
Yeah.
And looking at the door, you can see that there are mechanisms tied into each of the holes on either side of the doorway. But you
when I look at the lock, can I kind of tell like what key shape fits it? Like the cuts of the key, like which one would fit perfectly? Because each key, even though there's some ornate, some plain, they all have different keyways, right?
They do, but you can't tell that looking at the tumblers, because until it moves the tumblers into the right position, you can't tell exactly which ones will open the
I thought
lock.
there was like usually like a bar that, like with the way a lock works, is it then will separate. So because it's the have.
The way these keys work, they're kind of angled at the front. So as they go in, they push all the tumblers down, and then the tumblers spring back up. And when they hit the right combination, they will it will allow the key to turn.
Do I
So you
see
can't tell.
like, if there's like metal or stone or anything that might give me an idea of what key or narrow down which key it might be?
No, but looking back at the keys, you can tell by looking at them that all of the keys, they have a. I'm gonna, they have there's something otherworldly about them. You think they all might have some magic to them, but you can't tell with this what kind of magic that might be.
Great. And do any of them look a little bit more worn than the others?
No, not necessarily. Everything is fairly well aged here.
Got it.
They're all dusty um, and look like none of them have been used in quite a long time. None of them look particularly worn.
Telepathically. Manny, dear, can you tell us what it is you're looking at?
Well, I opened up my third eye, so that way I didn't have to cast anything to kind of see into the ethereal to see if I could gain any insight into what we are dealing with and risk not making the wrong choice. And then I
Oh,
will
you.
go in detail describing what you described to me for the sake of brevity.
So none of these keys appear to glow telepathically.
No.
So,
They
Okay.
all have a faint aura about them, but none sticks out more particular than the other.
so if we don't need the pass without trace, I could ritually cast detect magic if we've got a little bit of time. But I don't know. I could use a spell slot for it too.
I think that
However, I gotta tell y'all, if it turns out to be just you were supposed to take the very first key and turn it to the right, I'm gonna kind of laugh.
It,
they would
it's
all show up as magic. They all have a faint aura about them, so detecting magic would just detect that they are all magic.
It would tell me what kind of magic is on each of them too, though. But if you don't think it's worth the time, I'm not gonna waste the magical energy on it.
No, that's a good
well, there.
idea, though. They might have different types of magic on them, and
Yes.
the one that matches the magic on the lock would be the right one.
So that's what I'm
What?
trying to see if I can do that as. So I could do it as a ritual because I don't have it prepared. So I would be in the same boat as you.
Well, they're all having this conversation telepathically without saying words and staring at each other. And Miss is going to make her way over to the lock, and she wants to investigate to see if there's any rubbings on the inside or around it to see if there's any way that she can discern if there's any like keys that would have left trace
Make an
Terradien's.
investigation check.
Guidance. Wait, no, I can't do that with this character.
I can. So before Amniska,
Although, I don't think we need to.
Is that a
Guidance,
natural 20?
Invisibility.
That's a natural 20 plus 1 for a 21.
All right. Checking you do not find any um uh any residue. In fact, examining this further, looking at the mechanism, probing the lock itself, you're not sure that the keyhole is actually connected to anything.
Very interesting, she'll say to herself quietly. She'll go to the right of the door and look at the rightmost hole, doing the same kind of thing, like investigating it kind of thing.
All right, you the rightmost hole.
Correct.
All right, give me an investigation check.
The rightmost of the door, because you said there are two doors on each side, two holes on each side
There's
of
two
the.
holes on each side of the door, so you are going to the furthest right hole.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that that's where we're at.
All right, give me an investigation check.
That's a 13.
13.
But her amulet will flash as I use one of, because I haven't used it before, my Pact of the Talisman, which adds me to add a d4 to the roll. So it goes from a 13 to a 17.
With a 17, you find that you can tell there is there is a depressible stone at the back of the of this hole, and it is connected to a mechanism of some sort. And you don't feel like it's trapped.
And what was the? Can you give me the riddle that's the writing again?
Certainly, it says. With the key to enlightenment in your hand, you must choose first and be right.
Keys. And looking back to the group telepathically, I don't know. I'm not a metalworking person, but does anybody know what personally which one of those materials might be enlightening?
What are the materials again?
The materials are brass, copper, gold, silver, ruby, emerald, obsidian, and pearl.
Well, to me, the white one's the one that stands out the most. Either that or the silver one, because they're the only two like really light colors. But I'm not here for my brains.
But you are insightful sometimes, and so what you say does make a bit of sense. So why not try?
If you could then, Brian, please bring me the pearl one. Bring me the pearl one.
I will grab the. I will have the mage hand give him the pearl key.
Oh. Oh. Player just made a brain blast.
Well, sometimes your people can have inspirations. As the key is moving, does Lila think of something?
Oh, Pearl of Wisdom. Okay, I get it. Enlightenment, Pearl of Wisdom, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that is very good. I was thinking just because pearls come from living things and living things become enlightened, but that is a very good point. And so when she has the key, she'll hold on to the key and then push the rightmost button.
You push the button, and you hear a mechanism begin to work, and the key in your hand dissolves to dust and reforms itself on the table as the door swings open.
Disintegrate.
She'll kind of do the whole like gesture of this is this is the whole reason why I'm here, and now I've accomplished my job.
All right. As you enter the vault, it is a huge half spheroid hollow in the rock of the mountain. And immediately, you all realize that this was where the dragon lived. This is the dragon's hoard. There are gold and gems littering the area, still piled in corners and things. Not as much as there used to be, you're sure, but still quite a bit. There's a central dais that lies empty. To one side of that dais, there is an altar with mounds of green powder upon it. There are several small crates stacked behind the altar, filled with jars that, even from here, you can see contain more of the green powder. And behind the altar, there is a small pile of items as well. And by the altar, there is what appears to be a humanoid form that is very large. That's coloration matches the stone here, and it has more of that bioluminescent lichen and green moss draped around it, hanging from it. It seems to be working on something on the altar as the door grinds open and you see it turn to look in the direction of the door.
Quietly.
Does it seem hostile?
Also, we're not. Are we visible?
We are invisible. I have not cast anything.
So
But also
you
the
are
door
still
does
invisible, and it's just looking in your direction. You can't tell if it's hostile or not.
Telepathically, I'll be like, all right, everybody, very quietly and cautiously, let's make our way. Let's get out of the straight line of the door. So let's shift a little to the left, and then we will make our way to the powder first. But we will do it slowly.
If
And
we start
quietly.
if we start taking things, isn't it gonna see them moving?
The goal is to get away from the door and get close to the powder to start moving things without it noticing.
Just to be clear, it is at the altar, so it is probably 10 feet away from the jars of powder.
Well,
And the big pile of powder is sitting immediately to its left.
given the country that Lila is from, she's gonna try and like skirt around to get a look at what it might be doing at the altar, considering what she has been told of the giants and stuff. Because if they're trying to bring a, a dragon back, she wants to see that shit.
All right, everybody give me stealth checks.
Pass without trace is still up, so +10.
An advantage for being invisible.
Woo!
Emnus.
I rolled the nicest two numbers you could ever not roll on two dice, 6 and a 9, but plus the
Nice.
Nice.
plus my 13 for my bonuses and another 10 will bring me to 32 with advantage.
All right.
She's also gonna ready her like pistol and like steady aim at this thing to shoot it if it decides to be sneaky.
All right. Karis.
Carissa has a 26.
Sorry, Carissa. Lila.
I got a whoop whoop nat 20 plus 10 plus 7 is 37.
37. And Manny.
He got a dirty 30.
Dirty 30. Awesome. All right. So you begin making your way over there.
Making our way downtown.
Emnus is taking steady aim just in case. Lila is trying to get a look at what the giant is doing. And are the other two of you just trying to get close to the
Get closer to the powder.
closer to the jars or to the powder? To the crates with the jars in them, or to the pile of powder on the altar?
Which one's closer to us?
The powder on the altar is probably closer to you, but is also much closer to the giant. It is literally by his left hand.
All right.
Whereas the jars are about 10 feet away. Okay.
Slowly to the jars. Hopefully, we can have the giant not have his concentration on the jars, so we can sneak one or two.
I don't know if it'll work telepathically to everybody. I could create a sound outside and see if he'll go out to see what it is.
Would that you be casting something?
Oh, you're right. It'd break your spell, wouldn't it?
Just for you, though.
Hmm. Maybe one of us could. I've got a sling. I could hurl a rock out there. Or a marble. I've got ball bearings. It wouldn't be
Maybe I
attacking
should have.
anything, just making a noise.
Maybe I should have set up an explosive out there. I got a stick of dynamite. Could, light it, throw it, boom, distraction.
Do we want a distraction that big though? Because it might draw
Yeah.
others.
I can pull my familiar out of his pocket dimension, and because that wouldn't be considered casting, right?
No.
And have them run over, but it's just a mouse in a mountain. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and I'll telepathically tell my familiar, like, just like, as like where there's like some horde between the giant and us, I'll pull my mouse familiar out, Mr. Sprinkles, and I will like set him down so that Mr. Sprinkles can't be seen by the stone giant. And I will telepathically tell him to, kind of just scurry around over and like go in and out of the door.
Okay.
And see if that takes his attention.
All right. So you set Mr. Sprinkles to scurrying. Mr.
Yep.
Sprinkles goes running. Lila, give me a investigation check. See if you can tell what the giant was working on as he rises, looking at the movement by the door.
Ooh, that nearly bounced out, but I'm glad it didn't. You said insight, right?
Yeah. No, investigation.
Investigation. Okay. 25.
25. There is what appears to be a wand laying on the altar that is that has been broken open, and the core of it has been transmuted into a line of residuum sitting between the two halves of the wood. It looks to you like this giant was breaking down a magic item in order to make more residuum.
Okay.
And you see the giant, having looked up at the door opening, now seeing movement at the door, which is just a mouse, but still drawing his attention. You see him scoop a handful of the residuum and bring it to his face and just wipe it, smear it across his face, and then start trudging towards the door. As he passes you, I need everyone to make a charisma saving throw for me, please.
Woo!
Thank you.
17.
Whew! Huh. Ha! I'm sure glad I rolled what I did, as I slightly turned into Mickey Mouse.
Okay, Emnus.
17.
All right. Carissa.
Also 17.
Lila.
Nat 20 plus 0.
And Manny.
A third 17.
Awesome. You all, as the giant passes you, feel a wave of friendship wash over you, but are able to push it aside and not succumb to the giant's charm as it passes by. And it moves out into the antechamber, looking about for who opened the door and why there is a mouse scurrying about.
I'm gonna make my way to the jars. Are these like human-sized jars or giant-sized jars?
Um,
Because that actually probably would have affected how I would have direction I would have gone.
yeah, these are they are giant-sized jars, but they are small jars for
Will they fit
giants.
into a bag of holding?
Yes, they'll fit. The
Okay.
crates won't,
Yeah, no. I know
but the
crates
jars
fit,
will.
but- Okay. Like I would be able to pick a jar up and put it into a bag.
Yes. So to a giant's hand, this is a
It's like me with a can of Dr. Pepper, real tiny.
yes, yes. It is. This is a mustard jar. You know, this is a standard like ball jar,
Yeah.
mason jar, but giant sized. So it's more like a half gallon
Got it. Okay.
mason jar.
Half gallon of snorting powder.
Well, for
Magic
him,
cocaine.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go make my way over to the magic Coke. And if his attention is still on the door and Mr. Sprinkles, I will put one of the jars into my bag.
all right. You successfully actually make me a. No, you know what? I'll use your same stealth check. You are able to lift the jar out without making any extra noise, and deposit it into your bag.
Telepathically, since I'm guessing like there's gonna be some type like if I'm concentrating on putting these jars in, I probably can't focus on the giant. So I'll tell the three of them, "Hey, keep your gaze on the giant, so I can load up as quickly as possible."
Oh, yeah,
Don't
Carissa
worry.
won't take her eyes off it.
Yeah,
On
and
the giant.
Mrs. got her pistol trained on this thing. She'll
Got eyes as well.
Telepathically, she will say yes, but she's actually making her way to the loot that's behind the altar.
Great. So with that being said, I'm gonna grab another jar, and this one, since it's now invisible, and then as I'm putting it into my bag, I'm gonna wrap it in some silk. And then do I have time for a third jar?
Sure.
All right, third jar goes in. Going for jar 4.
Okay. While you're going for jar 4, Lila, you have made it to the pile of stuff behind the altar. You see a crystal decanter. You see a leather apron. You see a pair of gauntlets. You see a short sword. Yeah.
Do the gauntlets look like they belong to an armor set, or would they be like punchy gauntlets?
They don't look like they belong to an armor set, and yes, you could probably punch with them.
She's going to try and carefully take them off of the pile.
Okay, I'm gonna make you make another stealth check for me, because the jars are neatly packed in the crates, and so him getting them out without having to re-roll stealth is one thing. This is you're kind of playing Jenga, or pickup sticks, if you will, to get the gauntlets out without everything else crashing or falling over. So, so give me a stealth check.
Do I still use advantage for being invisible, or do I just have the +10?
I'll let you still use the advantage.
Okay. Woo! I think this is a record for me. I think I just rolled 3 20s in a freaking row.
Holy shit! Yeah. All right. Yeah,
Thank you, advantage.
you managed to pull the gauntlets out without without any issue.
Okay,
And
going straight on her hands.
you put them on the hands. Let me check something real quick about those.
Does that mean there's now a pair of gauntlets just floating around in the air?
For a moment, there is a set of gauntlets floating in the air. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, that's what I want. That. As you put these gauntlets on, you feel like you need to inhabit them for a while before you can make use of their ability. But after about 6 seconds of you wearing them, they become part of your clothing and vanish like the rest of you. So anyone caring to notice, for a moment there is a set of floating gauntlets and then they are gone. But I think the only one of you that might notice that would be Manny, who is busy getting the fourth jar. And while Manny is putting the fourth jar from this crate, which empties this crate, there are 2 more crates below it, into your bag. Carissa and Emnus, you notice the giant, having found nothing, turning to come back into the room.
All right. I will
Telepathically.
telepathically. Yeah.
Manny, he's coming back.
All right. Telepathically be like, all right, let's make for the door and let's skedaddle, and then we will do our sendings when we are outside of the room to make sure that we do not trip anything.
Telepathically. Didn't Raj tell us to let him know when we were inside of the vault, and then when we would zip him into the vault, and then we would zap out of the vault and back away?
If we do
So-
that now, that giant's going to see him.
Yeah, that's gonna cast in here, and then we'll be exposed, and there will be a brief amount of time. If Reg really wants to be in that vault, we can do it right outside the door, and he can zip in and zip out, and that giant will have time between. We'll be in a no giant zone of the foyer of this vault.
What's the
So-
range on this being able to talk in our heads thing?
So it's planar. So as long as we're on the same plane, but we haven't been including him in our it doesn't mean that we can read each other's thoughts. So Reg can't listen in on us.
Right, but
But-
we could telepathically be like, "Hey, we're going to bring you to this location instead of inside the vault because there's a giant in the
There's a
vault."
guard, yeah. So let's get outside. Let's get outside first, just in case he's like, "Nope, I'm coming now," and then blows it for us, and now there's a big battle.
Good
So
point.
and then if
Good
he's
point.
like, "No, we need to be in," we can then just go back in the door. Right?
Lila's already running for the door.
Yeah.
Lila,
I'd
as
rather
you
not be
start
in the room with the cocaine giant.
as you start to make your way towards the door, leaving the pile behind from the vantage point you have, which is different than everyone else's. Make me a perception check real quick. You
Okay.
catch something out of the corner of your eye.
Aw, not as good as a 20, and it's right next to the 20. What is my perception? 17.
17. You notice as you start to move, you see a shimmer for a second, and you glance in that direction, and you feel like you make direct eye contact with a stone giant. You notice him sitting on the floor in the corner with his knees pulled up to his chest, his arms resting on his knees, just sitting there staring straight ahead. And your eyes meet his, and you're moving. And as you move, you realize he's not actually looking at you, but you see shimmering in front of him the the very large, not quite corporeal head of a dragon, and it sort of fades in and out of existence for a second and then disappears, and he just remains staring. You see green powder smeared on his face as well as he just stares. And you move towards the door.
Lila's gonna keep her mouth shut, but that's living in her brain bank for the rest of her life because that was fucking cool.
As you are heading towards the door, the giant comes back into the room and is still snapping its head around looking as you pass by him or pass within proximity to him. I need everyone to make me another charisma saving throw, please.
Please, 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 please.
19,
Good enough.
23, 26. 26.
All right. Emnus,
22.
Carissa,
Also 22.
Lila,
18.
and Manny, you said 26?
26.
Okay, you all once again feel the wave of friendliness towards the giant wash over you, but it doesn't penetrate any of your psyches as he stomps back by. And as you are slipping towards the door, just as you are passing through that threshold, he speaks a word in giant, and the door begins to swing closed behind you.
Okay.
And thuds shut, and you hear the lock re-engage.
Is the do we see the key is still there, the pearl key?
All of the keys are back where they were.
Okay, so if we have to go
exactly
back
as
in.
they were.
Got it. Okay.
Shall we go out to the vestibule here where we're just slightly out of line of sight with them? Or should we
Well,
try
we're
it
out of
over
sight.
here?
We're out of line of sight from the fucking giants, and we're out of line of sight from the crackhead giants.
Also, you think the vestibule would not be big enough to accommodate the mortar and pestle in the size it was when you arrived.
Yeah. But we
But
can
this
also
room is-
communicate from here. So first thing I'm gonna do now that there is no one, I'll have Mr. Sprinkles look around, do a lap, make sure, but there are no giants within sight of us, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna end up losing. I'm gonna keep concentration on invisibility for everybody else, but I'm going to lose it myself as I cast Nystel's aura on the one jar that I wrapped in silk.
Okay.
So for those at home, Nystel's aura, or Nystel's magic aura, I can place an illusion on a creature or an object I touch so that divination spells reveal false information about it. It could be a willing creature, an object that is being carried and worn by another creature. So basically, I'm going to give it a false aura so that way he doesn't know I have that one jar. And to everybody else's knowledge, I didn't see how many jars I grabbed. I grabbed 3 jars.
Okay.
And then I will, now being visible, I will telepathically Rary's bond to Reg and saying, we have gotten a gallon and a half of the residuum. The horde was guarded by stone giants, so we could not get as much as we wanted, but I think we have more than enough to get you what you need. We are outside of the horde right now, ready for our pickup.
You hear Reg respond in a tone that is a bit beleaguered. Okay, we'll be there momentarily. Just on your left, and then it cuts off, and you wait, and it's only 2, maybe 3 rounds, 20 seconds tops. But it seems long sitting here waiting before there is a crackle and a pop, and a thudding onto the stone floor as the mortar and pestle appear.
And as
Um,
I hear it coming in, I'm dropping concentration on invisibility so the 4 of us are visible.
and a very blood-covered Suma and Reg, who is a little sweaty and has a couple of scratches, but doesn't seem too much the worse for wear, are there in the mortar and pestle. Um, did you got the residuum?
Is able to get you roughly a gallon and a half by my estimates.
He smiles broadly. Wonderful, wonderful. Everyone, quickly aboard before anyone else notices us.
As soon as she's in the mortar with them, she's going to Carissa is going to use a 3rd level cure wounds on Suma because he looks more hurt.
How do you know it's his blood?
He smiles. Thank you.
That's
And once
13.
again, go ahead.
It's 13 for him.
Okay. And once again, when Suma smiles and it's genuine, there is a warmth to it that you would not expect from that creature. And Reg, all right, everyone ready? And takes the staff and slams it down into the bottom of the pestle, or the bottom of the mortar, and you all experience that warping of yourselves and space as the mortar folds in on itself and then pops back into existence in the exact spot that you left from aboard the airship. Oh, well, that was brisk and harrowing. Congratulations, all of you. Job well done. I hope you found some things for yourselves along the way. Perhaps, maybe.
Lila will hold up her hands.
Oh, very nice. My residuum, if you please.
Yes, and I will fetch out the 3 jars that I collected for him, which, by my rough estimates, is more than a quart, but probably about a gallon and a half.
All right, you fetch, and he's enamored by them. Oh, this is wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Does anyone else require healing?
While I have you here, I could use a little bit.
All right.
Nothing that a little bit of rest won't fix. As I assume you will forward the payments for the job to the correct channels, and it will get to my accountant as well.
If that's what you prefer, yes, absolutely. If not,
Yes.
you can see Luli on the way out.
No. You have the proper channels of who my accountant is. You can pay me there.
That's going to be 10 points of healing for Manny.
Cool. Great. Thank you.
All right. You as we are running out of time, you all receive 6,000 gold in payment for your services, along with anything else you managed to pick up along the way. Ogre power for you.
That's not what I had in my contract.
You get what your contract says.
Okay.
Your contract is honored. We'll talk more about that later.
Yep.
But yeah. So job well done, guys. You managed to avoid fighting literally pretty much everything that I had set up for you to fight on this adventure. Congratulations, you solved my giant Citadel puzzle, just as you should. All right, let's. I want to thank all of you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's tell everybody who we are and get out of here.
Hey, I'm John. Tonight I played Manuel Piloter, the Manipulator. You can find me all over the internet at that_film that_film_guy, or also on the Distinguished Adventurers podcast.
Hi everyone, I'm Alice. Tonight I was the voice of Lila Moontaker, who usually has an Australian accent, but I just didn't feel like doing it tonight. And you can find me on Twitter at Captain Cupcake.
Hey everybody, I'm Ren Matley. I was Carissa Stouthart tonight, loves. You can find me over on Twitter at Ren_Matley.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Patrick, the voice of Miss Fedro, and you can find me on Twitter at PeculiarPatrick.
And hi, gamers. I'm still Lot Clark, and I was your DM this evening, and I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you will join us. We'll be back on Friday for Cast Guidance, and then I believe next Saturday, Garbo Dan is running a one shot for us, and then we'll be back with Scions on Sunday. So I hope you'll come back and tune in for all of those. Yeah, remember that times get tough, things get hard, and it's our job to do what we can for those around us, and or let people do what they can for us if you don't have the ability to do for others right now. Be lights in the darkness. Let's all be torchbearers together and light the way for others. We love each and every one of you, and have a good night.